in front of the courtroom about a piece of evidence, or if Jeannie asked me about that, those are not things that gave me.
Vote hearing on June 10th. No big deal, correct?
No, I didn't say that it was no big deal, but I said that my main concern about those motions coming up on June the 10th dealt more with the venue motion than they did with the motion to compel, I believe is what I said.
Are you telling this jury that you didn't testify yesterday, that you weren't concerned about it?
And I'm some level of concern. Venue, it was a big issue. And
Pull up on Mark Tinsley at the trial lawyers conference and say, "What are you doing about it?"
Absolutely never happened.
If the Ferris fee issue comes to light on June 7th, Johnny Parker anymore,
If the fee, hypothetically speaking, the Ferris fee came to light on June the 7th, well, here, I'm alone. If John had taken fees, I would not have been able to get more money from Johnny Parker.
yeah, again, prior Monday, June 7th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Oh. To the trial, your ears with you, or your glasses, and have you first. I just want you to look through that. You know it.
Someone wants something. You stand for a moment.
Okay. This has been interesting. To shut things down here. I think it's ended, so I can start closing down the tabs. Oh, this is something I've never done. Let's see, keeps echoing and skipping. Let's check off. Oops. trying to shut down everything. Okay, let's see. Got the wiggles out in this.
And what day did they take place?
Yes, sir.
This time the state would offer state evidence. Objection.
Objection.
Tell the jury, where were you when these? What city were you in?
Columbia, South Carolina.
And where?
Uh, I'm not exactly sure where they were when they started, but they would have been somewhere between a hotel, a restaurant, and the ball field.
All right. But when you sent this text on June 6th at 11:41, you installed already, correct?
Yes, that's what I did say.
All right. And they say, yeah, Maggie says, yes, we like these seats. Is that correct?
All right, that's correct. I didn't notice that. So at that point in time, they in the ballpark.
All right. And then you respond, that last night they extended checkout to 1. Going to come then. Is that correct?
That's what that text says. Yes, sir.
All right. So you're back at the room. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Later on, you text after she asked you to bring a charger and says, Muggy, you text, I'm dreading it. See you in a little bit. Is that correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
It's hot. Correct?
Mr. Waters, yes, I assume you were reading it exactly. So
All right. She eventually responds, not crowded, but not the place to come. Well, very hot and muggy. We were inside, sitting at the bar, nice indoors. Is that correct?
that's what it says. Yes, sir.
And then you respond, Dowd you by accident. They are making me leave, so I'll see y'all in a few. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who was making you leave where?
It was past checkout time at the hotel.
After you'd gotten an extended checkout, correct?
It appears so.
And the reality is that you were in that hotel suffering from withdrawals when that's going on. Is that correct?
I was beginning to. Yes, sir.
All right. And the reality is that your wife and your son were on you at that time period because they had found pills just a few weeks prior.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Let's talk about June 7th, okay? You got up that morning, or what time do you think you got up and left that day?
After having the benefit of looking at all these records, I don't know what time I got up and looking at the records. Obviously, I've been up for a while, but it appears I left shortly after noon.
Okay. And you went to work?
I did. Yes, sir.
And what were you working on at work?
I was working on this Dominion Energy case, was primarily what I was working on, that we had motions coming up later in that week. As I said earlier, I believed at the time that it was the biggest case that I'd ever been involved in. And there were motions coming up in that. I was preparing. Danny Henderson, my partner that was helping me with the civil case from the boat wreck, had been on me about getting a financial statement, and I finished doing that so that it could be given to Danny. It's primary is what I remember doing. Obviously, I talked to Jeannie, but
Okay. And what time did you leave?
and I'm sure I did some other routine office things, but I can't tell you what they are.
All right. What time did you leave?
It appears that I left around a little after 6 from the records.
Okay.
I thought I'd left earlier than that, but I mean, the records seemed to be pretty clear.
All right. And you were, in fact, I think you said in many of your interviews that you were working on the boat case that day as well. Your financial declaration.
Yes, I prepared the financial declaration. I didn't do any work in this civil case. So my work in that is what I did. I prepared the financial statement, which took me a little bit of time to get the details on that. But I mean, that was the work I did in preparation for the motions coming up.
And what time did you get home?
And looking at the records, it looks like I got home a little before 7, 6:45, I think, 6:40 something.
Then you and Paul rode the property?
That's correct.
And you told law enforcement you shot a .22?
That's correct.
You told law enforcement that you never saw any blackout?
That I'd never seen a blackout?
At that point in time when you and Paul were riding the property?
No, I did not see a blackout.
Did you tell law enforcement that you and Paul were going around looking for hogs?
If I said that,
Go ahead.
and if I told them that, you don't look for hogs in the daytime. All right. The hogs are deep in the swamp in the daytime. So I can tell you that Paul and I were not riding around looking for hogs. But what we were doing is we were going from food plot to food plot, and we were looking for hog signs. All right. What a hog will do is come out and root, and they tear up food plots. They tear up everything. And so that was one of the things we were doing. But we're not hog hunting. We were not looking for hogs. We did not have the .300 blackout with us.
Okay. Paul didn't have the gun that blackout that he favored with him while y'all rode the property.
The gun that's in here,
Any rifle.
there was no .300 blackout with me and Paul.
All y'all had was a .22.
And that was a .22 pistol, but we didn't have that with us at that time riding the property.
Right. And you testified, you've seen the Snapchat video of you on the tree. Is that right?
I have seen that.
And you don't dispute the time of that video, do you?
I don't even know what time that was taken, but whatever the gentleman
that.
came and testified to, I don't dispute that.
All right. And what time, well, let me ask you this. When did you go back to the house? Were you with Paul or were you by yourself?
I was by myself when I went back to the house. I went back to the house basically when Maggie got there.
When Maggie got there. All right. And where had Paul gone prior to that? Was he back at the house already or he came after you?
Paul was at the shop when I went back to the house.
All right. So you beat him to the house is what you're saying. Is that right?
I beat him to the house.
Yeah. You were at the house prior to him getting there.
Yes.
All right. And you say Maggie was there at the same time or there before you or there after you?
That's what I'm not absolutely certain about. I believe that Maggie came through the kennel entrance, and going back and looking at these records and these times, I believe she came through the kennel entrance while Paul and I were at shop. But either way, I got to the house very shortly after Maggie got there.
Okay.
And I believe that she came through, and I believe that I went right behind her.
And when did you take the shower that you've been talking about to this jury?
I believe when I first went in the house. I mean, I would have talked to Maggie for a second, but I'd seen her that morning, so I would.
You left your clothes on the floor?
I'm not sure. It makes sense to me given what Blanca's said, but I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
All right. About what time was that, you think?
And looking at the records, I think that was a little after 8.
And you're saying Maggie was already there at that point?
When I got to the house,
Yeah.
yeah,
And what did you do after that?
I came back out, sat out on the couch to eat dinner.
All right. About what time was that?
A few minutes later, I mean, it didn't take me long to shower.
And you say Paul was already eating at that point?
He was.
You say he left first.
What I said is he got up and he finished eating, and he left our immediate vicinity. Now, I don't believe he left at that point, given what I've looked at time records and all. I believe that he was around the house for a little bit longer,
And just to be clear again,
but I didn't see him.
all of this detail was people were hearing for the first time yesterday, like we talked about before, correct?
Say that again.
All of this detail that we're going through right now is not anything that you related before. We're all hearing this for the first time yesterday.
Objection, Your Honor. Fifth Amendment privilege.
Objection is overruled.
So yes, I did not tell law enforcement. Actually, I don't think law enforcement asked me what I did when we first went to the house, but I clearly lied to law enforcement about what I said yesterday.
Okay. And all of this, the last time you supposedly saw your wife and child, all of this detail, you as a lawyer and a prosecutor didn't think that was important to offer on your own?
Oh, I think it's important.
You told this jury how cooperative you've been and how much information you wanted to provide, but you left out the most important parts, didn't you?
I left out that. I sure did.
You don't consider that one of the most important parts?
I think it's important.
All right, tell me about what happens next. Tell me about how Maggie and Paul end up down at the kennels.
I'm still not absolutely certain exactly how they ended up at the kennel, but in looking at the time frames and looking at the GPS points, I think I pretty well know, because I wasn't sure if Maggie had walked to the kennels or ridden to the kennels, and I wasn't exactly sure how Paw got there, but I'm all but certain that Maggie and Paul went to the kennel together.
All right. And what was the discussion? You said that they were going down there, but you didn't want to go. Is that right?
Maggie, what I said is Maggie asked me to go to the kennels with her, and I wasn't going to go. I said, I'm not going to go.
And how long after she left did you supposedly go down there?
It was very quickly.
And what did you tell this jury and all these new facts as to the reason you changed your mind? Why'd you change your mind?
I just had a shower. when you go to the kennel, you always end up at the shop, the dogs are running around, you're always going to end up doing more work. All right? It's hot. I'd already had a shower. I didn't want to go to the kennel
I understand that. So why'd you change your mind?
because Maggie wanted me to.
So you thought about it for a few minutes and then decided to go down there?
I don't think I sat and contemplated, am I going to go? Am I going to go? I think that, like many things Maggie wanted me to do, if I didn't do it at first, I ended up doing it.
And you took the golf cart down to the kennels?
That's correct.
How long did that take to drive from the house down to the kennels in a golf cart?
You know, in looking at the records from OwnStar and all of that, it seems to take about a minute in the,
In a golf cart?
nope, in the Suburban. So I would think it's probably, in looking at those speeds, of what, 20, 24 miles an hour, I would think it takes double that. I think it takes a couple minutes.
All right, so you'll concede at least a couple minutes to drive down there.
I
Is that
think,
right?
yes,
In a golf cart?
that's correct.
When the kennel video was going on, had you arrived before that?
I believe that I had.
Okay. How long do you think you had been there before that was going on?
Not long. Because when I got there, in looking at the kennel video, you can see Pawpaw standing in the kennel. When I got there, Pawpaw wasn't standing in the kennel.
He wasn't in the kennel anymore?
Well, he wasn't in the kennel like he is in the video.
Right.
He's probably, and I don't know exactly, but I know he wasn't in the kennel. He was like in the driveway. He was fooling with Cash. He was in the driveway, but like close to the kennel, but not in the kennel like he is in the video.
So the video happened after that, according to you?
Video happened after I
When
got
I
there.
first saw Paul, you're saying he wasn't in the kennel. When did the video happen?
I believe that to be the case.
Okay. After you had arrived, is that correct?
Yes,
And,
very shortly after I arrived, but after I arrived.
all right. And did you tell Maggie at that time that you were going to go to Alameda?
I did not.
Did y'all discuss it at all, according to you, to these new facts you're testifying to?
I don't believe so.
Did you have any conversation with her?
Oh, yeah.
Had you had a conversation? Did you have a conversation with Paul about the dogs, about Cash's tail prior to going down there?
Prior to going down there? Did I have a conversation with Paul about
Yes. Did you talk to
Cash?
him about Cash and some problem with his tail prior to going down there? Did you have any knowledge of that prior to going down there?
I'm not sure. As I sit here today, I don't recall that, but I don't think so.
When you first arrived in the golf cart, where did you pull up to?
I pulled up right where Maggie was.
Which is where?
She was standing in a spot where she could see in between the chicken coop and the storage room of the kennels, where the dogs were back up in those planted pines behind kennels to the left of the chicken coop.
And what'd you do after that?
I went back to the house.
No, I mean, did you pulled up, you get out of the golf cart,
When I pulled up, I stayed on the golf cart,
you stayed on the golf cart. How long did you stay on the golf cart?
however long I was down there.
The entire time?
No, I got off to take the chicken from Bubba.
All right, so how long were you down there before you took the chicken off the boat?
Very short time.
Like what?
Couple minutes,
And what were you doing during the couple minutes before you got over there to deal with Bubba?
talking to Mags.
All right. And what did y'all talk about?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, sir. I do know that Maggie was very concerned about Pawpaw, and
You remember a lot of detail about all these new facts, but you don't remember what you talked about?
I don't remember the exact details of what we talked about. I believe that at that time, we may have talked about Paw, but I'm not certain.
Were you withdrawing at this time?
At this time, no, sir.
You weren't withdrawing at all.
No. I mean, I would only withdraw when I didn't have pills.
And you're saying you had pills?
Yes.
Down there for a couple minutes, I think you've said now, before you get off the golf cart?
About, yes, sir.
All right. And where do you go at that point?
I take the chicken from Bubba.
All right. So you get up.
Well, I mean, Bubba's come out there with this chicken. I mean, he's showing us, hey, I caught this chicken. And I take the chicken from Bubba.
Bubba came up to the golf cart.
He came up by the golf cart. He came up to Maggie and I, which I was on the golf cart. She's by the golf cart. I mean, he's not coming to the golf cart, but he's coming to us.
Is this during the kennel video or is this after the kennel video?
Well, no, you hear Maggie say he's got a chicken.
Okay.
That's what she's talking about is Bubba caught a chicken.
All right. All right. So is the kennel video still going on before you go get the chicken? I mean, you've heard it, correct? You've heard it in this courtroom.
I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly, but in close timing to Bubba coming out of those woods with the chicken, I got up and took the chicken from him.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Were the dogs barking and carrying on or going out into the woods or acting like they sensed somebody was around that they didn't know?
Were the dogs acting like there was somebody around that they didn't know?
Yeah, like dogs do.
No.
No, they weren't.
There was nobody
There was no
around that the dogs didn't know.
Okay. Dogs didn't, to your indication, sense anything out of the ordinary. They were just chasing after the guinea.
There was nobody else around
All right. Good.
for them to sense.
You've heard the kennel video. Would you agree with me that it lasts for about 50 seconds?
I agree with that.
So it would have ended around 8:45 and 45 seconds. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
Did you have the chicken out of Bubba's mouth at the end of the kennel video, or did it take longer than that?
You know, I can't remember exactly when in the video he came up with the chicken, but I would have had the chicken out of his mouth within 10, 15 seconds of Maggie saying he's got a chicken.
All right. And so then what did you do?
I put the chicken up.
All right. How long did that take? Did you get out of the golf cart to do that?
I did.
All right. And you had to go walk to where it was?
Well, yeah. I mean, a few feet, but I did that, yes.
All right. So how long did that take? I mean,
Seconds.
we're at 8:36 now. How long did that take?
Seconds.
Just seconds? All right. And what did you do after that?
Got back on the golf cart.
And what'd you do after that?
I left.
You left.
Now,
Just
did I
jumped
leave?
on the golf cart and left.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. Did I get on the golf cart and leave that second? Probably not. But did I get on the golf cart and leave very quickly after that? I did.
Okay. Yeah. I think you testified yesterday. I got out of there.
I did.
Why'd you get out of there so quick, Mr. Murdaugh?
Because it was chaotic, it was hot, and I was getting ready to do exactly what I didn't want to do.
You're getting ready to do what you didn't want to do.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to sweat. I was getting ready to work. I went back to the air conditioner.
So did you say goodbye, according to your new story?
Did I say goodbye?
Yeah. Did you talk to them at all, or did you just get the chicken, put it on there, jump on there, and just take off?
I wouldn't have just gone off. I mean, I would have said, I'm leaving.
Okay.
Did I say goodbye or bye?
And again, go ahead.
I mean, there would have been some, there would have been some exchange. I'm not staying here.
Well, what was that exchange? I mean, you've had such a photographic memory about these new stories. What happened here?
It's not, I can't tell you the exact words.
You don't remember your comment after you put that chicken up? Did y'all talk about the chicken?
I don't think we did.
Did you talk with Paul about Cash's tail?
After the chicken?
Yeah.
No, I know I didn't do that.
Did you tell Maggie I'm going to go check on him?
At that point, no, I don't
Did you
think
tell
I did.
Maggie us hide out here? Think I'll go back?
I would have said something to that effect.
All right. So, unlike everything else with the news story, you just can't recall what that would have been.
Well, I mean, you're making that categorization. I think there's other things about that I can't remember. But if the question is, can I remember exactly what words I used when I gave Maggie some salutation when I'm leaving, I can't tell you what those were.
All right.
But it would have been something to the effect of, I'm leaving.
All right. Okay. But you would concede that there was at least some conversation, that you wouldn't have just put the chicken on there and ran back to the golf cart and taken off. Correct?
Without talking to Maggie, I would have never done that.
All right. All right. So let's, you want to say a minute? Does that sound about right?
A minute for what?
To have just whatever interaction it took for you to then, according to your news story, drop back to.
No, sir. It wouldn't have taken me a minute. It would
Not
have
a minute.
been, it would have been, I'm leaving. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay. So 30 seconds?
I don't think it would have taken 30 seconds, but I mean, I'm fine with you using whatever time you want to apply, but I don't think
I'm
it
just
would have
asking
taken that
about
long.
real life here and how people interact with one another, Mr. Murdaugh. I mean, so what you're telling this jury, I call you're fuzzy on these kind of details, is that you jetted down there, you dealt with the chicken and jetted right back.
No, sir. No, sir. I didn't jet down there and I didn't jet back. I got up after Maggie asked me to leave, after Maggie asked me to go with her, and I didn't. I got up. I went and got on a golf cart. I drove down there. I did what I did. I said, I'm leaving or something to those words, and I went back.
All right. Well, if it's about 8:46, if the kennel video ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, and it's about 8:46, we at least concede that maybe it was about a minute before you got on that golf cart and headed back. Just reasonable real life.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it was that long, but maybe, sure.
All right. So
But I don't think it was that long. I mean,
all right, well, how long did you
exactly
think it
what I
was?
thought was going to be going on at that kennel, why I didn't want to go there to begin with, is exactly what was going on.
Yeah. Well, I get that. Again,
And I left.
are these also convenient facts in your new story that have to fit with the timeline now that that evidence has been thrown in your face?
No, sir.
Does that sound like real life to you, that you jet down there and jet back, Mr. Murdaugh?
Mr. Waters, as I just told you, I didn't get on my golf cart and jet down there. I didn't jet back.
The reason why you have to be
Hang
so
on now,
fuzzy
Mr.
about
Waters.
these
Just a second.
details.
Mr. Waters, hang on.
Just answer before another question is presented.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Just a
answering your
moment.
question.
Just a moment. Are you responding to the last question?
Yes, sir. I'm responding to your question, and you're using words that I'm not using. And that's your
Do you agree
categorization.
I'm entitled to ask my questions to you, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm going to answer them. All I'm saying is I'm taking issue with the manner in which you're changing what I'm saying.
So you
And
disagree this is a new story? You disagree with that characterization?
yes, this is the first time that this is being told openly.
And you disagree to my characterization that you've got a photographic memory about the details that have to fit now that you know these facts, but you're fuzzy on the other stuff that complicates that. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. I think that I think that I have a good memory about a lot of things on this.
How about this? We got the kennel video ending at 8:45:45. So just to take care of the chicken, put it up. I was going to say 8:47, but somewhere around there. I think you said somewhere around there. Is that fair? Just to do whatever you need to do and get on that cart before you head back.
The kennel video ended at 8:45,
In 45 seconds.
8:46. It certainly could have been 8:47 before I left out of there.
Okay.
I think it was sooner than that, but it could have been.
All right, that's 60 seconds, and 50, 75 seconds, correct? After it ends.
If it ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, it's a minute and 15 seconds.
You characterized it yesterday as I got out of there, right?
That is exactly what I did.
All right. So if we're at 8:47, I think you said, giving you the benefit of the doubt, it's 2 minutes to get up back to the house, correct?
Approximately.
All right. And when you got back to the house, where'd you park the golf cart?
Same place I'd gotten it from, right where Mark Ball testified that it was.
All right. And what door did you go in?
I would have gone in the front door.
And if you left around 8:47 and it took about 2 minutes to get up to the house, what time would that make it, Mr. Murdaugh?
If I left at 8:47 and if it took me 2 minutes, that would make it 8:49.
8:49. And you testified you went inside and the TV's on, right?
I did go inside and the TV was on.
Okay. And you laid down. Is that right?
I did.
All right. Before you said you'd been napping for an hour or so, or you laid down on the couch
That's
and maybe dozed for a second,
maybe.
according to your new story. How long did you doze?
If I dozed, extremely short time.
Extremely short time? Because you would agree with me that at 9:02, you're up and moving, according to the data.
I agree that according to that data, my phone's recording steps at whatever time it is, 9:02 something.
How long did it take you, if you were at the house at 8:49, how long before you went and laid on the couch?
I would have gone straight to the couch, probably. I may have gone by the sink or, I may have gotten a spit cup, but it would have been basically straight to the couch.
Straight to the couch.
Yes, sir.
And you're telling this jury that that's what happened, and you were back at the house at 8:49, and you lay down on the couch and dozed for a second, and then you were up with more steps in a shorter time period than you had done all day.
Well, I mean, your number is 8:49. What I'm telling this jury is that I went down there, and when I took that chicken from Bubba, I would have said something to Mags. I got back on that golf cart, and I drove back to my house. After getting back to my house, I went inside, and in short order, I went to the couch. That's what I'm telling this jury.
Did you go anywhere else in the house?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you specifically about that. I don't think so, but I may have.
Did you have that tan blackout and a 12-gauge shotgun on that golf cart when you drove down?
No,
You didn't?
no,
Did you see them when you were down there?
no.
No. So we got you back around 8:49 and you're leaving at 9:02, correct? And you didn't see any weapons down there. You just happened to be back there. You didn't hear anything at all. Did you hear anything at all, Mr. Murdaugh, during that time period?
No, I did not.
You didn't? Didn't you tell law enforcement that you thought you heard them pull up? Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
I did think they had pulled up.
All right. So that was that. You did think that?
Yes.
All right. So now you're saying there was a car pulling up?
No,
You didn't testify to that yesterday, did you, in your new version of events that
no, I don't,
construct?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe there was a car pulling up.
Okay. But that's what you told law enforcement, didn't you?
No, I told law enforcement that I thought they had pulled up.
All right. But you're saying you couldn't hear blackout shots supposedly, but you could hear that, correct?
I didn't say I couldn't hear blackout shots, but I'm saying that I thought when I got up from taking a nap, if I took a nap, but when I got up from laying down, as I was getting ready to go to my mom's, there was a point in time where I thought Maggie and Paul had come back.
You also told them that you thought you heard a wildcat, but maybe it was a person or something like that as well.
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then?
I said when I went outside that there's a house cat that's gone wild, and he hangs around. He goes from hanging around the shop, goes from hanging around the house, different times. You might, and there'll be times you don't see him. And he had been around the house. And when I went outside, I believe that cat was over there.
Okay. And you made a point of mentioning
I
that
never-
to law enforcement.
I never thought it was a person.
All right. But you made a point of mentioning that to law enforcement, correct?
In the course of discussing it, I did tell them that.
But you never told them all this new story that you've constructed in light of this trial. Is that correct?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel. I lied about that.
And at the same time, you also looked at this jury and tried to tell them that you had been cooperative in this investigation.
Other than lying to them about going to the kennel, I was cooperative in every aspect of this investigation.
Very cooperative, except for maybe the most important fact of all, that you were at the murder scene with the victims just minutes before they died. Right?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel.
We'll take a break at this time for about 15 minutes, talking to the jury. Please go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case.
He made it clear that he didn't want the
discuss your
crowd to start.
testimony. Anyone during the break. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
15 minutes, so 35 after the hour.
True story is similar
Kinda
to
wanna
a
hear what
drunk
they
getting out of
say.
a car on the freeway and explaining why they can't walk straight. And I don't know the impact that the impact on the jury associated with his drug addiction, but I just think this is the elephant in the living room. So I agree with you. I mean, the prosecutor's been effective.
Well, here's the thing, Rich, and this is the thing I'll respond to. The times. He's on that kennel video at 8:45. The data suggests he's moving, as you heard, at 9:02. Whatever he remembers or doesn't remember, what he says he doesn't say, he's now not denying that that's him, and everybody said it's him. So now it places him in this kind of limited time frame, because the other suggestion would be someone was waiting for him to leave to kill Paul and Maggie. Why they didn't want to kill him would be a separate question. And he just said, he didn't hear anybody around there. Now, again, taking aside whether he doesn't remember details, he doesn't. It's the data that I think is going to be critical here.
Right. The two most important pieces of evidence for the prosecution in this trial are, number one, now admitted that Alec Murdaugh lied about his whereabouts on the night of the murder, lied about being at the kennels. Number two, the timeline. The timeline has been in the benefit of the prosecution from the beginning. Towards the end of the prosecution's case, they really ramped it up. And Creighton Waters is killing Alec Murdaugh right now on the timeline because it doesn't make any sense. He says he was down there at 8:45. There was nobody else around, he says. The dogs weren't acting weird. There was nobody else. He got on a golf cart. He went back. He didn't lie down on the couch and go to sleep. He didn't have any time to. He got back up. We're going to hear that he shortly left to his mother's, but he didn't hear anything. He didn't hear any shots. It doesn't make any sense that he could have gotten to the kennels, out of the kennels, back to the property and off the property in that tight a timeline without seeing any of what happened. The mysterious 5'2" assassins that they now say were running around the property.
And Jamie, look, the point I think that is strong here, that if he had never lied, So if he said, yeah, I was down with them at the kennels, and then the video comes out and confirms what he said, that he was down there, but then left, this would have been a very different story. I think if you look at that and say he never lied, but the prosecution still doesn't have the murder weapon, they don't have the kind of forensics, they don't have an eyewitness, they have the 2 different guns, they have all these different suggestions, this would have been a very different case. It seems it's Alec Murdaugh's own words that are the worst thing against him in this case.
Jesse and Richard, listen, I'm playing devil's advocate here to some degree. Clearly, the prosecutors have brought a case that is reliable and has some sustenance. What I'm suggesting to you, and Jesse, you just touched on this, we have 2 different murder weapons. Neither one of them have been recovered. And they're clearly, it's if we're going to speculate, let's speculate. There was this issue going on with the young woman who died, unfortunately and very tragically. And, people that were very sincere about trying to hold people accountable for that death. So again, guys, I'm not, I'm playing devil's advocate right now, but what I suggest to you is that we have a drug addict who is under extreme stress. We have no murder weapon. We have really no motive. And they've, I wouldn't say they've created a motive. That the motive is supposedly he wanted to distract, from his own situation. What I would suggest to you is, father, and I don't know if you guys are, that's a reach for me.
So I agree with you. Unfortunately, the job that I have, I see family members killing family members in brutal fashion. And sometimes the victims are much younger than the ones we have here. And so nothing really would shock me. I guess, Rich, the thing that I'm wondering now is, what does Jim Griffin do when he has the opportunity to redirect maybe later today? Because you have a client who's admitted to lying. You have a client who's admitted to stealing. You have a client who's admitting about all these things. And now it becomes a question, how do you rehabilitate his image? Because yesterday, when he came forward, it was quite emotional. I thought it might give the jury pause. So what do you think needs to happen to redirect?
I think you want to get back to that on redirect. I think you want to return to the emotion. I think that those were the high points of his direct in the first place, when he got very emotional about his wife and his son. And people said some of the jurors were tearing up over that. So he may have connected on the point. That's what they want to return to. By the way, I think, we saw extensive cross-examination about the financial crimes yesterday. I think the prosecution did that in order to put a confession on each of those crimes on the record out of Alec Murdaugh's mouth, because win or lose this trial, they're still prosecuting him for all those financial crimes, and getting him to admit them under oath will be helpful in that endeavor.
So basically kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He basically walked himself to prison with all those
Absolutely.
All right. Well, we are going to talk more about this, and we'll also wait to jump live once again in the Alec Murdaugh trial with more of the defendant on the stand.
Okay, let's go to this human interest story that I found. It says Callisburg students raise more than $200K for janitor. And let's see, it says fundraiser put together by 3 Callisburg High School students for their janitor has surpassed its original goal. After hearing about Mr. James' story, the students asked to start a GoFundMe to help him keep up with the cost of living. As of February 23rd, the GoFundMe raised $219,000. Oh, let's see. They don't have the full story here. Okay, the janitor had retired at age 80, and then he got a $400 a month rent increase. And so the students did a GoFundMe, and their goal was to raise like $10,000 or $20,000. And after 24 hours, they'd raised $30,000, and then it was like $150,000, and now it's $213,000. So their old beloved janitor they raised $219,000, and he can have a comfortable life and not have to worry about any more cost of living increases, I think. And I think that that was just a wonderful job that the young people did. So, yeah, we need more stories like that. I think when I was in high school, we did a fundraiser for the grandfather of Danny Davis, who was a little 3-year-old boy who went missing when his grandfather took him to the grocery store. And it turned out he was like victim number 3 or 4 of a serial killer who lived within the neighborhood. And the killer lived probably 2 blocks from the grocery store. And I had to respect Arthur Gary Bishop. He realized the only thing that he could do to make amends to the family was to fire his lawyers and not do any appeals after the mandatory first one, and he was executed. And I have to respect somebody for taking responsibility like that and trying to do what they can to make things right for the family. So very unusual, because most of these killers seem to want to try to blame it on someone or something, or some problem with their upbringing. And so anyway, that was in the early 1980s when I was just starting high school. So let's see, I had put a few new videos on my Alex Murdaugh list. Let's see if any of them are really short, because we've got room for about a 5-minute one. Let's see. Let's see, this one is on Buster Murdaugh. I haven't had a chance to watch this yet, but it says Buster Murdaugh testimony showed an anesthesia of trauma. So, are we not? No, we need to get the sound on.
And testified for the defense in his father's double murder trial. Prosecutors say Alex Murdaugh killed his wife and other son to cover up crimes. Today, his surviving son, Buster, told the story of that awful night.
Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
Robin Klasowitz, clinical psychologist that deals with traumatized families and kids, is with us now. Robin, I think even the layperson could agree the Murdaugh family, considering all that has happened with it, would be qualified as traumatized. That said, in as much as you feel for Buster, who, at least by prosecutors' accounts, has done nothing wrong here, can you account for the emotions that would go on when a son is testifying about whether or not his father is convicted of murder of his brother and mother?
I think what we saw today was the anesthesia of trauma. When we're traumatized, sometimes we don't feel our emotions. We simply he's staying in that logical mindset, trying to answer the questions and not really dealing with the emotions that he must be going through.
If you're a jury, and you know this from the flip side of talking to people who have been traumatized and going through this, if you're a jury and you're listening to a man who has lost his mother and his brother, and now potentially is going to lose his father to life in prison, can you believe anything he says?
I think the jury is going to have a hard time dealing with the unemotional presentation that he has. But for actual trauma survivors, that is how they talk. People in the aftermath of extreme tragedy do talk in that very logical, detached way. It's the only way the brain can make sense and can cope during this kind of pressure.
That's a good point. I think about people who I've interviewed who've lost children, or people who survived the Holocaust and other really just sort of overwhelmingly emotional events. That is how they talk, because they can't deal with it. Interestingly enough, this family's had so many issues, right? There was the boat crash in which Buster's brother was accused of being drunk and killing a young girl who he was out joyriding in this boat with. You've got the financial crimes that are alleged by the prosecution and others by Alex Murdaugh. And then also over all of this is the drug addictions that allegedly sort of fueled the bad behavior. Take a listen to Buster being asked about that.
Were you aware that your dad had a opioid addiction?
A little bit. I knew a little bit about the usage of pills.
What did you know about it?
I knew that either my brother and mom had found them at some point, and then told them like, "Hey, we found these." And I want to say the 2018 around Christmas, he went to a detox facility after Christmas, and that was my knowledge of it. Thought that handled it.
To a lay person who's watching that, you say, how can you be that detached, that logical, that cold when talking about this really emotional thing and looking at your father at the defense table who may be going to prison? Is that why prosecutors maybe didn't cross-examine him? Because it just sort of would have continued to look worse for them? I'm trying to figure out the logic here and how the jury would understand what you were saying as an expert, that, hey, it's more likely he's telling the truth than if he was super emotional and sobbing and carrying on.
The question is, would a layperson know that he would be that unemotional?
Thanks for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation
Okay, I think I'm back. Can people hear me? Let's see. Okay, I think I'm back. Let me just mute the mic. Share screen, and we'll be there.
Yes.
All right, I'm on page 5. You see that cell tower map there?
That's up on my screen.
Yeah.
I do see that.
Would you agree with me that it reflects no cell tower activity on your phone from 6:52 to 9:04?
I do agree with that.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Murdaugh. Did you take your phone with you down to the kennels according to the new facts that you testified to yesterday and today?
I must not have.
You must not have.
If this is accurate, no, sir.
Is that typical for you?
Sure it is. Absolutely.
Okay. Tell me why that's typical.
If and when I'm going. Now, it would be unusual if I was going out for any extended period of time, or if I was going, even on the property, if I was going somewhere for an extended period of time, I would usually have my phone. But for me to go knowing that I'm going to the kennel and coming right back, that's not unusual at all. I mean, you've heard the testimony about the service out there. The service is terrible. You have to be in a particular spot.
All right.
And you have to find a spot.
So the answer is you don't know whether or not you took it down there
And I believe that I probably didn't based on this data.
based on this. But unlike your photographic memory about other things, you don't remember whether or not you had your phone on you.
Mr. Waters, I've never claimed to have a photographic memory, but I do not specifically remember if I had my phone that night. I do not dispute it based on this data, and that's not unusual for me.
Just like you don't remember, according to your new story, the last conversation you had with Maggie.
No, I remember having my last conversation with Maggie.
Looking at this screen, you have the map up there. We're on page 6, and it shows you arriving back at Moselle at 6:42. You don't dispute that now, is that correct?
No, that's what this data appears to show.
And looking at the data, moving on to page 7, you have Paul arriving about 7:04. Is that correct? You don't have any reason to dispute that?
Well, that's what it says. He arrives at 4147 Moselle Road, which is the address of the shop. The house is 4157. I believe that Paul actually got there a little bit before that, but I think that's approximately accurate. I think Paul got there a little bit closer to 7 o'clock.
All right. You would agree that that's the earliest data point that reflects his presence in Moselle?
If that's what the records show.
You don't dispute that?
I don't dispute that if that's the earliest data point. But again, I believe he got there a little bit earlier. And I tried to look at these records to see if if that could be refuted. And I believe he got there a little closer to 7 or a little bit before 7.
Yeah, that's a good point. You looked at these records a lot before you had your testimony yesterday and today, didn't you, Mr. Murdaugh?
I've looked at these records other than the OnStar records that just came when they were provided to me. Sure, I've looked at them.
Right here, we have some steps on your phone, 29 steps. And then down at the bottom, we have 89 steps. Is that consistent when you and Paul were together on the property?
I mean, sure, we would go to different locations on the property. Sometimes we would get out. Sometimes we wouldn't. We'd get out and walk around. We'd look at stuff. We'd do things. For example, you saw me messing with the tree. There'd be other ones. We may get out and look at a feeder. Maybe other ones we get out and look at hog signs where hogs are rooting. So it would be perfectly consistent with what Papa and I were doing that day.
And 8:05 to 8:09, would you agree that that's the last steps recorded on your phone before 9:02 when you become a very busy bee?
If that's what these records show. I see I took steps, these records show I took steps between 8:05 and 8:09.
All right. So would you concede then that you're at the house around 8:09?
I would have thought so, yes.
Okay. And you said Paul was already back at that point?
No, I said just the opposite.
When did he get there?
All right. You talking about when I left the shop and went to the house when Maggie was there?
Yes, before you ate dinner.
No, as I said earlier, Paul and I were at the shop. Maggie got home. I left Paul at the shop and I went to the house. I think you were saying that I said I met Paul at the house, and that's incorrect.
Paul was still down at the shop when you were at the house, correct?
When I first went to the house, Paul was still at the shop, I believe.
All right. And was Maggie there when you arrived at the house?
Yes, I believe she was.
All right. And 8:09 is the last steps that you have on this phone before 9:02, correct?
That's what the data shows.
Looking now at page 15. I'm sorry, page 14. Your steps that you say when you got to the house is 8:09 and Paul was still down at the shop. But don't these records reflect that Paul is pinging with GPS data at the house at 8:08?
This record appears to show Paul at the house at 8:08.
All right. So those records don't fit with your new story that you testified yesterday and today. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe even right now, Mr. Waters, that that's right. I'm not saying, what you're doing is you're taking 8:09 and saying that I'm at the house. And I mean, that may or may not be right. But what I'm saying is that when Maggie came through, I left, and I believe that Paul stayed at the shop. Now, did Paul come right behind me? I'm not sure, but when I left him, I believe that when I left to go to the house, I believe that Paul stayed at the shop for a minute.
When you got to the house, did you put your phone down?
I'm sure I did.
Did you put it in the car, in the Suburban?
Did I put it in the Suburban?
When you got back to the house, did you put it in the Suburban? Was the Suburban parked out front?
The Suburban would have been parked wherever I parked it.
Which is where?
I believe on the side.
Okay. And did you put your phone in the Suburban?
At that time? No, I did not.
Where'd you put it?
I'm not sure where I put it.
You're not sure about that either, huh?
No, I'm not sure. When I went in the house, I'm not sure where I put my phone. I would think that I put it down somewhere, probably by the couch.
Didn't you testify yesterday when you were being asked by your lawyer about that pause at Alameda when you were leaving, and you had a very specific recollection of your phone had fallen down in the crevice and you had to pick it up and get it out? You remember testifying to that?
I do.
But you don't remember what you did with your phone when you got back at this point, huh?
I mean, Mr. Ward, those are two distinct, different things. I'm coming in the house and I put my phone down. I don't have a routine spot that I put it in right on this corner or right there. You know,
Yeah.
I would assume that when I went in the house, I put it somewhere either on the table. You go by, go into the couch. I may have taken it to the bathroom. When I took a shower, it may have taken me a few minutes to go to the shower. So I can't tell you exactly where I put it.
That gospel story is an awful specific recollection when you need it to try to make the new story that this jury's hearing and everyone's hearing yesterday and today with the data, correct? But you're awful fuzzy on far more important things, aren't you, Mr. Murdaugh?
Which question? Here, I'll answer the first one first. No,
Answer the first one first and second second.
I don't believe that's convenient, and I disagree with your categorization of the description.
All right. But you remember the console story, but you don't remember where you put your phone, whether or not you took it down to the kennels, whether it was in, you put it in the Suburban. Don't remember any of that, but dadgummit, you remember that console story, correct?
Well, I don't remember the console story, but, you know, in that Suburban, and it's not the first time that it happened, but when that phone got down there, you had to go to great efforts to get it out, and you couldn't just reach over there and get it out.
All right. You say when you got to the house that Maggie was already there?
Yes.
Okay. And we saw your last steps were at 8:09?
Well, that's what you saw when this data recorded my last steps, but as you heard this testimony too, Mr. Waters, you know, that's not a precise, that's not a precise, you heard the testimony, you know what it is.
Well, how did you get back to the house? Remind us.
From the shop?
Yeah.
I went in a white pickup truck.
Went in the white pickup truck? Okay. And when you got into the house, where did you go?
We've already discussed this. I took a shower. Whether I did things for a moment before I went to the shower, I'm sure I talked to Maggie because she'd been gone. And if she came through the kennel, which I believe she did, I would talk to her. I would have quickly gone to take a shower.
Okay. Going over to page 16, you would agree with me that the data reflects Maggie start logging steps and her phone disconnecting from the Mercedes around 8:17, correct?
I agree. At 8:17, her phone ends connection to her Mercedes.
And starts logging steps.
I don't see that, but I don't dispute it.
Well, you see the purple line talking about it disconnecting from the Mercedes.
I do see. I see where you're talking about. So yeah, I see it. 8:17, her phone starts logging steps.
It appears to be when she arrived.
No, I don't believe that's when she arrived. I believe that. I mean, it was very normal for Maggie when she's driving to jump out of the car, run inside, go to the bathroom, do things, and either send me or Paul or go back or Buster or go back to her car herself and unplug her phone. So, I mean, I agree that's when her phone's unplugged, but I believe that Maggie got to the house a little bit before that. That's the whole reason why Paul and I went to the house.
Okay. But you're saying Paul arrived after Maggie. Is that what you're saying? At the house?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what I recall. And Paul arrived at the house after I arrived at the house, I believe. And if Paul got to the house around about that same time, he wasn't inside with Maggie and I when I went to get to the shower.
So you say if Paul got, he wasn't inside with Maggie and you? Is that what you said? Mr. Murdaugh, is that what you said?
Sir?
You said if Paul got the house prior to that, he wasn't inside with you and Maggie? Is that what you said?
I'm saying he was not inside when I went to get in the shower.
Okay. But again, looking back at this data point, 8:08, we see a little blue dot right there in the middle of the house, don't we?
Yeah, that's what these records show.
Okay.
And it also shows that circle that folks testified to what the range of what it could
Yeah, absolutely.
be within. So, I mean, it clearly could
Look
be.
at that circle. Look at what that circle. Almost like somebody drew a circle around the house, don't you agree?
Yeah, I do. But also in that circle is where you would park a truck if you pulled up.
All right.
So, and I'm not saying that he wasn't in the house at some point in time there, but when I went to get in the shower, he wasn't in the house. And he very easily could have been there and been parked in the yard.
All right. You agree at bottom page 16 that about 8:30 Maggie starts tracking steps again on her phone?
Yes, sir. That's what the data shows.
All right. Oops, hit the wrong button. And you would agree with me that about 8:38, Paul's phone shows him back up at the kennels.
Well, yes, sir. I agree that at 8:38, let me see which one. It's hard for me to figure out which one of these rings, but at 8:38, it shows Paul in whichever one of those rings is 56 meters wide. Please believe he was in that kennel.
And then 8:44:55, we've already gone through this, but that's the kennel video, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And you would agree with me that it lasts about 50 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And you're with me moving on to page 19, that both Maggie and Paul's phones locked for the final time around 8:49.
That's what the data shows.
After that, you agree that Maggie's phone around 8:53 shows some steps being taken?
That's what the data shows. Yes, sir.
Data doesn't show who's carrying it, but that's what it shows. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you would agree with me that from 9:02 to 9:06, your phone finally comes to life and starts showing a lot of steps.
I do agree with that.
What were you doing?
I was getting ready to go to my mom's house.
Getting ready to go? I thought you took a shower already. You were just laying down on the couch. What all you need to do to get ready to go to your mom's house?
I mean, there wasn't anything to get ready in that aspect, but I was getting ready to go. I was preparing to leave.
Doing what?
I don't know if I got up, went to the bathroom. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly what I was doing.
That's far more steps in a shorter time period than any time prior, as you've seen from the testimony in this case. So what were you so busy doing?
That's
Going to the bathroom?
no, I don't think that I
Get on a
went
treadmill?
to the bathroom. No, I didn't get on a treadmill.
Jog in place?
No, I didn't jog in
Jumping
place.
jacks?
No, sir, I did not do jumping jacks.
What were you doing, Mr. Murdaugh, for those 4 minutes?
Preparing to leave for my mom's house.
What? What does that mean? I mean, you're in the front room on that couch where you say you laid down. The Suburban's just right outside. What all are you doing?
I don't know if I got up and went to my room, went to the gun room. And
You've been so clear in your new story about everything. What were you doing during these 4 minutes?
I disagree with your assertion about every detail. I don't recall. I know that I was getting up and I was leaving. I was going to check on my mom. But specifically what I was doing, I don't know. I know what I wasn't doing, Mr. Waters, and what I wasn't doing is doing anything, as I believe you've implied, that I was cleaning off or washing off guns, putting guns in a raincoat, and I can promise you that I wasn't doing any of that.
Okay. Also, during this 4 minutes where you've got 283 steps, not only are you moving around a lot, but you're making a ton of phone calls. Because that in that same time period, you see this red line right here, where over that 4 minute period, all those steps were taken. That's also when you're calling, making all these phone calls, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, I made the
So were
phone
you running in
calls.
place and making phone calls? Is that what you're?
Be allowed to answer before Mr. Waters steps on him again with another question. Please. Thank you.
All right.
You were making all these phone calls while you were taking all these steps. Would you concede that? Where you don't remember what you were doing?
Well, I was making phone calls and that shown here. At 9:05, I called my dad. You know, I don't know that I was taking steps like you're saying I'm taking steps. I heard the same testimony you heard, Mr. Waters, and, you know, steps can be recorded any number of ways. I don't have a specific recollection of walking around. I don't know if I was hitting my phone like the guy showed or doing whatever that makes steps, but, you know.
So you were hitting your phone like that while you were making all these phone calls?
Hang on, no, sir. What I'm saying, Mr. Waters, I don't know that. I'm just giving you an example. You're saying that I'm running around taking these steps, and while I'm doing that, I'm making telephone calls. What I will agree with is that this data shows that there was 283 steps recorded on my phone. And sometime during that period, I made certain phone calls.
Okay. All right. So not only for whatever it is recording steps, but you're also making a ton of phone calls, including missed calls to Maggie, who is 1,100 feet away, supposedly.
You're using the term a ton of phone calls.
Yeah.
What I agree is that I made the phone calls that are listed on these call data records, which, you know, are very normal phone calls for me.
Do you know why so many phone calls were missing from the log around this relevant time period when law enforcement downloaded your phone on June 10th?
From my phone?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Did you delete them, Mr. Murdaugh?
Not intentionally.
Just around the time of June 7th, all these calls are missing, but you had nothing to do with that between June 7th and June 10th.
No, sir, I did not. And I did not delete phone calls from my phone. Mr. Waters, one of the most important things in this whole thing for me has been getting this data that I believe would exist. Phone calls and phone records would be part of that. I've been in enough civil cases and used phone records enough times to know that you delete a phone call from your phone, it doesn't disappear. So I can tell you, this jury, and everybody who's listening that I did not intentionally delete phone calls from my phone.
Yeah, because you started talking about you're a former prosecutor, correct? And former lawyer doing civil cases. We went through that yesterday. And boy, you're busy bee on that phone right out of the gate at 9:02, right?
Objections overruled.
Am I a busy bee?
Yeah.
I am using my telephone at, I think I call at 9:05, I start and call my dad, and I agree that I made other phone calls.
And one of the first things you start talking about with law enforcement is these calls that you made to Maggie. Correct? You recall that from your first statement to law enforcement?
One of the first things that I said to law enforcement?
Yeah, that's one of the things you talk about. I'm talking about with your interview with Special Agent Dave Owen.
I don't remember that being the first thing we talked about, but
First things.
if Mr. Owens asked me about it, then
No, you brought
Sure.
it up, didn't you?
I did.
You don't recall?
No, I don't recall.
Would you dispute me if I said you brought it up?
That I brought up, what, brought up
Your
what?
phone, Mr. Murdaugh, your phone.
Phone calls to Maggie?
Yes.
That I brought up phone calls to Maggie to David Owens.
I'm asking you, is that one of the things that you talked about in your first interview with Dave Owen? That you pulled out your phone and started looking at it, that you brought that up? Do you recall that?
Well, but that's not what you asked, Mr. Owens. You asked me, was that the first thing that I talked to him about? And that was the discrepancy. I certainly don't dispute that Mr. Owens and I talked about phone calls. But that's not what you said, so just to be clear.
Well, the real reason, Mr. Murdaugh, is that you as a lawyer and prosecutor are up at 9:02, finally having your phone in your hand, moving around and making all these phone calls to manufacture an alibi. Is that not true?
It's absolutely incorrect.
So that's just another circumstance and coincidence in this particular case. Right around the time that you lied to law enforcement about maybe one of the most important facts in the case.
Comment before the question.
It is an absolute fact that I am not manufacturing an alibi, as you say.
How do you remember so much detail about everything else, but you don't remember what you were specifically doing to generate 283 steps while you're making all these phone calls in the same 4-minute period?
I remember unequivocally, without any doubt, with as clear a mind as I could have at any time, that I never manufactured any alibi in any way, shape, or form, because I did not and would not hurt my wife and my child.
So why
So
can't
I
you
know
remember
for a
what
fact
you were doing?
that I never, ever, ever created an alibi.
Why don't you remember what you were doing when you were so busy for this 4-minute critical period?
I do
Other
remember
than
what I was doing.
Other than I was getting ready to go.
Well, that's because that's what I was doing.
Okay. Well, let's keep going. You made those calls to Maggie in that 4-minute period. You had just seen them a few minutes ago when you say you went down there and came right back. Why didn't you just take that quick little left 1,100 yards away and stop by? See why they didn't answer the call. You're obviously wanting to get in touch with them. Why didn't you go down to the kennels that were so close by?
There was no reason to. I mean,
Making multiple missed calls to Maggie, and she's so close. And there's a driveway right there. Why do you not just go down there and say, hey, guys, I'm heading over there?
it wasn't important to do that. Me making those phone calls is simply me letting, I believe I called Maggie and I called Paul, but that's simply me just letting them know that I'm leaving for a minute. I'll be back. The fact that they don't answer is not unusual at all. Now, it is odd. It is unusual that they never call me back. But at that moment, the fact that there's a missed call when I know they're on the property, I mean, that doesn't even register at all. That's perfectly normal to try to call somebody who's on the property and not be able to get them. And as far as not going down there, there was no sense of urgency. Maggie was with Paul. You know, she should be as safe as she could be.
Yeah, she should. Did you talk with Maggie about going to Alameda when you were at the kennels?
No, I don't believe I did.
Did you talk with Maggie about going to Alameda during supper?
I know that we had talked about it. I had talked, I don't believe we talked about it at supper, but we may have. I know that I had talked about that I was going to go over there. And then I decided that I wasn't going to go over there.
So what was your conversation at supper? Tell me specifically, if you could, please.
I
About
can't-
going to Alameda.
I can't tell you that we specifically talked about it. The only thing that I can tell you we specifically talked about at supper was Paw Paw.
All right. And what was the conversation?
Maggie was just concerned. Paw Paw had been having for a young person. Paul had been having high blood pressure. And he's very resistant to go to the doctor. And this has been going on for a little while, but lately Paul's feet had swollen. And for a 22-year-old to start having swollen feet concerned both of us. And it particularly concerned Maggie. And we talked about that.
Okay. Did y'all talk about Mr. Randolph at all?
I'm sure we did.
Do you remember that group text coming in about whether or not anybody was going to go see Mr. Randolph at the hospital the next day?
Do I remember it coming in?
Yeah.
I don't remember it coming in,
Because
but
you didn't read it till the next day. But
I've seen the data.
why didn't you? Did you ever text the group and say you were going to Alameda at all?
No,
Did you and Maggie ever specifically discuss her going along with you to Alameda?
I don't believe that we did. I know that there was a point in time where I said Maggie might go, but it's highly unusual for Maggie to go and visit just my mom. That whole situation, it just made Maggie sad, and she didn't like to go. So
You
I don't believe that we did, but I do acknowledge that at some point I said she might go for some reason.
You told law enforcement on multiple occasions that, first of all, Maggie was planning to stay at Edisto the night of June 7th, correct?
I did say that.
All right. And you also said that you came to find out that she came home of her own accord, correct? You told that to law enforcement. Is that true?
She did come home of her own accord.
That she decided on her own to come home because she was worried about you. Isn't that what you said?
I did say that, and I believe that to be the case.
All right. But since despite what you told law enforcement, we've since seen the text that you actually called her and asked her to come home on the night of June 7th.
No, sir, that's not correct.
That's not correct?
No, sir, that's absolutely not
All
correct.
right. So you heard your sister-in-law, Marion, testified to just that fact of a conversation she had with Maggie, but you're saying that's not true?
I don't believe that's what Marion said.
No. And your defense put in this exhibit 107, where Maggie texted Blanca and said, Alec wants me to come home.
I've seen that. I agree with that.
Is that it up on the screen? Oh, I've got the wrong input here. I'll just hold it up. You've seen this text?
I have seen that. Mr. Waters, the only dispute I have with what you're saying is you're saying that I called Maggie and wanted her to come home. I always wanted Maggie to come home, and I would have talked to Maggie about coming home before she ever left to go to Charleston and to Edisto. And I can tell you this, and I didn't realize this at the time, but I realize it now, that Maggie was already undecided about, now I didn't know this, but Maggie was already undecided about staying at Edisto. I can promise you that, because Bubba and Grady were in their kennels, as y'all well know, that night. That day, if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night at Edisto, at a minimum, Bubba would have been with her, and probably both dogs would have been with her. It was very unusual for her to spend the night anywhere without one of us or those dogs. So
you're
that
saying,
tells me that when she left that morning, she was already seriously thinking about coming back.
So you're saying that you never called her and had a conversation that day asking her to come home, specifically on the night of June 7th, 2021.
Maggie and I had a couple of phone conversations that day. What I'm telling you is that before she left, no, I don't believe we had a phone call about that. We may have discussed it during the phone call, but I didn't make a phone call to her to ask her to come home. I had already told her I wanted her to come home. I always wanted her to come home. You heard Marion say that too, that I always wanted Maggie with me.
Maggie thought enough of it to talk about it with Marion, didn't she?
The fact that I wanted her to come home?
Correct.
Well, sure. I mean, that's what Marion said.
So you're denying that you called Maggie and specifically asked her to come home that night?
I didn't make a phone call to Maggie to ask her to come home that night. I asked Maggie to come home long before she ever left. And I probably asked her again each time I talked to her, but I didn't make the phone call specifically for that, as you're saying. And to be clear, I'm certain that if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night, Bubba would have been with her and probably Grady.
All right. Why did you tell law enforcement, though, that you found out after the fact that Maggie wanted to come home because she was concerned about you? Why'd you phrase it that way if what you're saying to the jury now was accurate? Why would you phrase it that way?
Because I believe that to be the case.
That you found, but now you're saying you knew.
No, I'm saying I found out afterwards why she came home, Mr. Waters.
Okay.
And she came home because she was worried about me. So I'm going to be clear about that. I did not learn that until I think the day after she got killed.
But you're saying that you found out that after the fact, but you're telling this jury that you knew the things that you just said about her wanting to come home. And you were unaware of what Marion would say at that point.
No, I'm saying at that time, I had not thought about Bubba and Grady. Since that time, I've thought about that. I'm certain of that. At the time, I thought Maggie was staying at Edisto. All right. She was going to Edisto to meet the people, to do the work. Maggie loved to stay at Edisto. There's no doubt about that. It would not be unusual at all for her to stay at Edisto. But just like every other time, I had already asked her, please come back, come back. Always wanted her to stay with me. Always. But I did not learn about, and Maggie even texted me, I'll see you in a few hours. But I did not know why she decided to come back until later, is what I'm saying. And I learned it from Blanca. Blanca actually showed me the text that she sent her talking about being worried about me.
You would agree with me that you sent a text to Maggie at 9:08:58 while in motion in the Suburban, as reflected by the data?
I do. Which was because I couldn't reach them by the telephone and I wanted them to know where I was.
Okay.
Which is what we do.
And you got to Alameda around 9:22?
I believe that's correct.
I can go down to it.
No, I don't have any reason to dispute that.
Made some more phone calls along the way.
I did make more phone calls along the way while I was riding.
Called Chris Wilson.
I did call Chris Wilson.
Had a short conversation with him. Is that right?
I did have a conversation for however long the record show.
About 131 seconds. That sound about right?
If that's what the record show, 2 minutes.
Called your brother, John Marvin, for about 106 seconds, including connection time. Does that sound about right?
That does sound about right.
arrived at 9:22. Does that sound about right?
It does.
And then at 9:24, you call, that's the landline at Alameda, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you went inside, is that right?
Yeah, that's
Talked to
right.
Miss Shelley.
That's right. I called the house phone to get Shelley to let me in.
And when you were asked by law enforcement how long you were at your mother's house, you said 45 minutes to an hour. Isn't that correct?
I think I said a couple of different things, but I think at one time I did say that. But, you know, routinely through these things, I kept saying, you know, when you get this data, you'll see exactly. When you look at my phone, you'll see exactly. When you do, you know, so, you know, me giving the times was always given with the thought that, okay, there's OnStar out there, there's whatever.
But when you had a conversation with Miss Shelley after the fact, you actually asked her to say that you were there longer than 20 minutes.
You know, I heard Shelley's testimony. I believe Shelley to be a good person. I wasn't trying to influence Shelley on any particular length of time because at the beginning of this, I believed that data would show what data would show. And for me to tell her to say something when my OnStar is going to show something different just doesn't make any sense. So, you know, I can't answer that. What my recollection is that I told Shelley that law enforcement would be talking to her. We may have discussed how long I was there. At that point in time, if I thought I was there 45 minutes, I may have said I was here 45 minutes, but, you know, I can't tell you.
All right. And that's the same thing that Blanca testified to, that you talked to her about the clothes that you were wearing. It made her uncomfortable, correct?
Ask that question again.
It's similar to your conversation with Blanca that she testified about when you talked to her about the clothes that you were supposedly wearing. What made her feel uncomfortable? Do you remember that testimony, sir?
What's similar to that?
Well, that you're talking to both of these individuals about their testimony in a manner that's inconsistent with what they know.
No, I don't think your assertion is accurate. You have to understand this. On August the 11th, when I went to meet with David Owens, and in that, David Owens asked me about, he showed me that Snapchat and asked me about clothes that I had on. And shortly after that, Blanca, I asked Blanca about those clothes because David Owens had asked me about them and was made an issue about it. And so I checked with Blanca to see what I specifically asked Blanca, and it was an issue to me. So I got Blanca and I said, I need you to sit down and talk with me about this. This is important. Do you remember my clothes when you came to Moselle that day? And she remembered exactly what she testified to. She remembered that my pants were there. She wasn't sure if the shirt was there. At that time, I think she actually thought the shirt was there, but she was clear that she wasn't sure about that. No, she wasn't unsure, but she didn't remember, but assumed that it was. So that was the conversation and why I was asking Blanca.
Well, again, you're very specific about your memories of that conversation. Is that correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
You dang right. I'm consistent about that because a very short time before that, David Owens is asking me questions and telling me I'm a suspect in the murder of my wife and my child and asking me about my clothes. You dang right it was important.
It was important, right?
And you dang right I remember what why I went to her and for what reason.
Because the only thing you're concerned about is yourself. You're not concerned about giving accurate information to law enforcement, correct? What's the reason for that, Mr. Murdaugh? Why don't you want to give accurate information to law enforcement? Why do you want to talk to these women who both are employed by you or your family and try to influence what they are going to say?
I did want to give law enforcement accurate information. I told a lie about being down there, and I got myself wed to that. But I wanted to give them as much. I knew that I hadn't done this, and I wanted to give them as much accurate information as I could. But the reason I went to Blanca is specifically because David Owens talking to me on August the 11th.
Okay. You can see that you're underway about 9:42, heading back.
I
9:42 to 9:43.
I do.
Turned on Moselle about 10:01.
Turned into Moselle at 10:01.
Yeah,
Um,
sorry.
it looks to me like I turned into Moselle at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock on the dot, sorry.
Yes, sir.
At the house at 10:05.
Yes, sir.
And then that's when you went back to the kennels after you came back from Alameda, correct?
I went to the kennels after I went to the house at, I went from Alameda to the house to the kennels.
And we got to the scene. You got out of the car, according to what you told law enforcement repeatedly, and went and checked the bodies, correct? Before you called 911. Is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct.
You're saying you didn't say that to law enforcement?
I don't know what I said to law enforcement, Mr. Waters, but I can tell you this. When I pulled up and I saw Mags and Paw, I jumped out of that car. I know that I went back to my car and I called 911 as quickly as I could. That point in time, when I got on the phone, then is when I went to them and did the things that I did. So, what you're saying is not accurate.
You're saying that you didn't say very specifically to law enforcement that you went to them prior to calling 911.
When?
After you got out of the car, you told law enforcement repeatedly that you went over and checked the bodies before you called 911.
No, I don't. If I did say that, I don't believe that's accurate. Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
No, sir. That's not accurate. At least that's not what I remember.
That's not what you remember saying, or that's not what you say now happens?
No, that's not what I believe happened.
Okay. But you don't deny that's what you said.
Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
I don't believe that's what I said. Now, I know I checked them, but I don't believe I checked them before I called 911. Because I can pretty well remember vividly. When I checked Paw, I was already on the phone with 911.
Looking at this data, to show the vehicle parking at 10:05 and 55 seconds,
Yes, sir.
10:05:57. The Suburban arrives at the kennels. You agree with that?
I'm sorry, say that again, Mr. Waters.
At 10:05:57, it shows the Suburban arriving at the kennels.
Okay. Okay.
The 911 call was at 10:06:14,
Okay.
just about 20 seconds later. You agree with that?
I think that sounds right. Yes, sir. I mean, that makes sense. But that goes back to what I'm saying is I pulled up. I saw them, and I know I jumped out of my car. But I believe that before I checked them, in fact, I'm almost certain, then I went back and I got that's when I went and got my phone and I called 911.
Okay.
And then after I called 911, there was a little while where there wasn't, I don't think there was anything going on. And I believe that is the time period that I went and checked on them.
I don't want to belabor this point, but what you're saying here today, now that we have this data, that's not exactly how you expressed it to law enforcement in your prior statements. Is that correct?
No, sir, I disagree with that. I totally disagree with that, Mr. Waters. Will you point to what you're talking about?
Sure. Where's the first?
All right, sir. I left the house without a watch.
12:57. All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so it'll be correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
All right. And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Colleton County. I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I
but-
understand.
Yeah.
I totally
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem
Yeah.
with it.
So, just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here,
Mhm.
I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. And my boy over there, I could see it was. And I could see his brain on. And I ran over to Maggie. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
The person you didn't name that was Rogan, the little boy right around the corner, is that who you're talking about?
That's correct. But going back to your question, that's the way I remember it, what I said right there. And your question about did I do these things before I called 911, that's not what I said then. And that's not what I remember now.
Okay. So you're saying now that you went out, you checked, you came back, got your phone, and that's when you called 911?
I'm not saying that now, Mr. Woods. I am saying that now, but to me, that's what I said then. I told her, I called 911 right away. There was no time to do the things that I'm talking about doing in the time between getting there and calling 911.
When you talked about calling Rogan and you said that he lived right around the corner, correct?
That's correct.
But Rogan wasn't staying there at the time. That's the whole reason that Cash was at your kennel, right? You knew that.
Well, Rogan was staying in Beaufort a lot, but he was home a lot too. I didn't know where Rogan was on a daily basis.
About keeping his dog Cash at the kennels when he was staying with his girlfriend and working down in Beaufort?
Yes, he had asked me that. But I mean, that had been some time before. I didn't know. You're making a big deal about this, Mr. Waters, but that particular night, I didn't have a clue where Rogan was staying or not staying. I was trying to find somebody to come out there with me. I'd called Randy, I'd called John, and Rogan was the next best alternative.
Okay.
And Rogan is so close. I mean, Rogan, of all these kids that you've heard, Rogan, Gibson, Roro is like a Rogan. You prefer when I call him Rogan, is truly like a son to Maggie and I. And he was such a good friend to Buster, and he was such a good friend to Paul. And you've been through everything I have. You'll see that 2 weeks or 3 weeks prior to this, I ran out of gas when Bus and Paw weren't home. And Rogan's the person that I called to bring me gas.
Okay. Nobody's disputing any that Rogan would have helped you. Let me keep playing this.
Around Paul when you walked up.
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there were some body things. Yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence. I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir. Not. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover. And she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You just testified that in the wake of this, you didn't know what you said to law enforcement. That was what you just said.
No, I mean, I know a lot of what I said to law enforcement, but there's a lot of things in looking back at this video for one, the 911 call for one. I mean, there's a lot of things that I didn't remember.
Okay. But right then and there, just not long into this interview, you made a conscious decision to lie right there.
Play that again.
You said, I was at the house.
And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house.
We played.
You want me to back it up some more?
Well,
yeah, we can keep listening to it.
Anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You want to hear it again?
no, sir, but I don't
So you
think.
made a conscious decision to lie right there, this early into an interview, sitting in the front seat, correct?
I don't believe so.
You didn't make a conscious decision to lie?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that was lying at that point.
Okay. Tell me why not.
Because Maggie had gone to the kennels and I was at the house.
Okay. So you think that was not a lie at that point?
I don't believe so.
At what point did you decide to lie?
I'm not sure, but it was in that.
It was in this interview?
I believe that it was.
Okay, was this interview where you're sitting in the front seat, correct?
It is.
You're not in custody, correct?
I'm not in custody.
They're giving you water, letting you chew tobacco, treating you politely, correct?
They were treating me very politely.
So what was it that clicked? So you said it's in this interview that it clicked that I'm gonna lie about the most important fact that I know?
I'm not sure exactly when in it that I decided to lie, but I believe it was during this interview. I believe all those things that I talked about, those things that had gone on, the things that people had said to me about don't talk to anybody without a lawyer. Partners all told me that, or a lot of my partners told me that. My dear friend, Chief Alexander, was one that said that. I overheard, I believe it was Sheriff Hill, I'm not positive. I overheard him tell, I believe Mark Ball or Gray Holmes, don't let him talk to anybody without a lawyer. And what I believe is that based on my distrust of SLED and getting in that interview, and I'm not positive about this, but I believe when he asked me, about my relationship with my wife and my son, I believe that's when I decided to lie.
But I'm not left out when you had the GSR too, because that's what you testified to yesterday.
That certainly contributed.
And your dope paranoia too. You said that as well, correct?
Well, those things are what triggered the paranoia that started as my addiction evolved.
Right. And so you're an experienced lawyer and you've been a prosecutor, and you took the advice of your law partners that you should have a lawyer there, as you read that as, oh, I should lie.
No, that's not an accurate.
Because that's not what that means, is it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, that's not an accurate statement, what you just said, Mr. Waters.
I just repeated what you just said. You said it was one of the factors was your law partners, and now you're blaming Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander told you that you needed a lawyer before you talked to police, and you took that somehow as meaning I need to lie?
No.
As a lawyer and a prosecutor?
No, that's what you said, Mr. Waters, but
How am I mischaracterizing it from your perspective, Mr. Murdaugh?
Because
I think isn't that what you heard? Isn't that what you just said? Excuse me.
No, sir, that's not what I said.
All right,
So,
well, say it again.
I believe those guys were trying to help me. I believe they cared about me. I believe they thought that I was in a condition such that I shouldn't talk to anybody. Those guys had to prop me up, help me get myself together just to be able to go talk to David Owens. They were trying to help me. But before that was just one of the many things that I believe led to that situation sitting in there where those paranoid thoughts came to me. Them talking about not talking to anybody without a lawyer, Brian Murdaugh, checking my hands, the fact that I got a pocket full of pills in my pocket. I was the person who found Maggie and Paul. My distrust for SLED. All of those factors combined and made me decide to lie. I also know him asking me about Maggie and Paul contributed to that paranoia. All I'm saying is I'm not disputing that I lied. I'm just saying at this point, you're saying I made a conscious decision to lie here, and I'm saying I don't think I made a conscious decision right there.
Okay, so it's later.
I believe so.
Had you already had your GSR done at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had.
And you'd already talked to your law partners and heard Sheriff Hill. Now you're blaming him and blaming
no.
Chief Alexander now as well for your lies.
No, sir, Mr. Waters.
You just added that one. You didn't say that yesterday. You just added that one.
Be given an opportunity to answer the question.
On the fly? Objection.
Can you finish your last answer?
All right. Mr. Waters, I'm not blaming anybody. I accept full responsibility for what I did. What I'm saying is what I believe contributed to me doing that and the reason why I did that. I think those folks were trying to help me. So I don't blame them. I think they were worried about me.
Okay. I don't dispute that, but you're saying you took that advice as I need to lie.
Nah, what you're doing is you're isolating one single
I'm not
thing.
isolating anything. I've mentioned all the factors. You've added some new ones, but I mentioned all the factors that you're blaming for your decision to lie.
That's not what you did. What you asked me is you said, I took my partners telling me not to talk to somebody without a lawyer as a reason to lie. And that's an inaccurate statement. That was one of the factors that went into a series, hang on, Mr. Waters, a series of events, all right, that caused me to have paranoid thinking, all right, and then I lied.
All right. But at some point it happened during this interview that you crossed over. You're saying that you came into this interview intending to be fully disclosing to everything, and something happened in this interview that sent you over the edge, and you said, hey, let me lie about the last time I saw my wife and child alive, supposedly, according to me.
I certainly didn't go into that interview, I believe, intending to lie. Mr. Waters, I wasn't capable at that point in time of planning anything or thinking through anything.
So somehow during this interview, all of a sudden those senses came to you to plan and do that.
When I got to thinking in that paranoid way that normally, as I said, I mean, I could take a deep breath and make it go away. I never had a situation where it lasted more than a matter of seconds. That night, after all those things had happened, it didn't go away in a matter of seconds. And I decided to lie.
Those are the clothes that you ultimately gave to Dave Owen. Is that right?
Those are the clothes I gave to David Owens.
At what point did you be able to chuck the pills you say are in your pocket? When did you do that?
When I was in my bedroom.
When you're in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you put them?
I'm not sure where I put them, but ultimately they would have gone in my suitcase.
So that's when you did it? Do you have a specific recollection of that?
No, I don't. I just know that I took them out of my pocket.
If we watch this whole video, you think you could, if we watch the whole thing, you think you can say, okay, that's the moment where my senses came to me and I decided I was going to tell this major lie?
I don't know that it happened like that, but I mean, I may be able to tell you some things that contributed to it. We watched the whole thing.
We've heard that. I just want to be clear, though. At least on this one, at some point during this interview, when you were able to plan your lie about this event, and you made that decision. But it wasn't what we just played. It wasn't yet. It was some point after that.
I don't think that's a lie right there. Is the reason why I don't think that it's occurred before this, because what I'm saying there, I believe to be truthful. And I know this. I know for a fact that when David Owens asked me about my relationship with my wife and my child, I know that that played a role in that. And I believe that, and I may be wrong, but I believe that this was before that.
You ever heard the expression, not telling the whole truth is the same as telling the lie?
Sure I have.
That's something you understood as a lawyer and a prosecutor?
Yes.
All right.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so we get it correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And a good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
All right. And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Colleton County. I'm misled. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So,
You hadn't decided to lie right there, correct?
I don't believe so.
You told David Owen that you understood that he had to ask questions and you do what you need to do, correct?
That is what I told him.
Ron, this might be a good time for a break.
Clock. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing the jury. We'll break till 2:15. We'll go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Wow, I was just checking my news feed on YouTube and see that J.J. Rowlings has been found. So it sounds like he's safe. Let's see. I guess the jury's going out. They said.
Mr. Murdaugh, you may step down. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone during lunch. And Mr. Griffin, we'll address whatever matter you want to place on the record when we return. Yes.
One second for everybody.
All right, 1 second before everybody moves. So I guess everyone can be seated. Yes, sir. Sure.
Yes, it's always good to hear a happy ending on one of these cases. Michelle just posted it a few minutes ago, like 4 minutes ago. So always great to hear that a little one's been found safe. Yes, JJ. So I was just looking for videos to play on lunch here, but I think we want to listen to some of the commentary for a few minutes. Nick Eaton submitted an official camera request. Is that for that would be for Daybell trial? Good, they should. The Daybell trial is going to be a wild one, and people outside of the local culture have a much harder time understanding how people go off the deep end like that. It's sadly not that unusual. My own sister.
Be in recess to 1:15.
My own sister was a three-time
No, I'm
polygamous
exhausted.
wife after she
Good
went off the deep
afternoon.
end.
Welcome to Law and Crime. I'm Michael Bryant. Good to have you along for what I predicted the other day was going to happen. Wasn't sure it was going to unfold quite as lengthy as it has so far. But yes, Alec Murdaugh on the stand in defense of his own alleged murders, his wife, his youngest son. And so now we've heard testimony that has covered everything from the financial crimes, which I'm glad the prosecutor got away from. I think that horse was done. And now we're talking about the critical stuff, the timeline, and the fact that Mr. Murdaugh kind of fudged about whether he was at the kennels in the moments before the murders took place. And he's got an explanation for that. He's a liar because of the whole drug thing. So he's paranoid. He just starts lying and can't stop. So he's been lying a lot, but today is the day to believe him. That's what this jury is going to have to figure out. Helping me go through some of this stuff, and it's a big pile. Tracy Walder is here. She is a former FBI agent, former CIA agent. Tracy, thank you for joining. Appreciate it. I know you've probably been watching this fascinated. In this case, from a law enforcement perspective, there has been so much about what SLED, or as I call them, SCLED, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, did or didn't do. We're getting bits and pieces of that in every part of Murdaugh's testimony. Give me your take on this defendant, his testimony, and how it relates to this investigation that really has put him where he is today.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Honestly, I think that prior to Murdaugh taking the stand, there really was a question of reasonable doubt, quite frankly. The defense had done a really good job of pointing out, in all honesty, how sloppy evidence was collected and really the poor job that they had done in the handling of evidence, the treatment of evidence, and the collection of the evidence. However, I think that Murdaugh being on the stand has been a huge slam dunk, quite frankly, for the prosecution, and really has sort of made folks almost forget that reasonable doubt that was placed into their minds because of the legitimate ineffectiveness of the way that SLED gathered the evidence. I think that Murdaugh is coming across as very unclear. He's not concise in any of his answers. And I know some folks are looking at him as weak, but I'm actually finding him as a bit combative. I know that he broke down quite a bit when they talked about, the murder of his son. But in my opinion, just because he broke down, that doesn't mean that he didn't do it. Yes, it gives him sort of a personality, if you will. I've heard that some of the jurors were very moved by that testimony, but it's hard to know if they were moved by Murdaugh himself or the death of a young adult.
Yeah, that is a key question here. And this guy is either a tremendous actor or is truly being emotional, but for what reason? Because he got caught, because his family's now dead and he regrets it. But he's a mess. When he breaks down, it is, if you're in the front row of that jury 6 feet away, you need a tarp. I mean, it is just unbelievable. I don't know that anybody can fake that. The real question is, what is making him do that? I get the feeling, we're still talking about motive being very weak in this case. Hey, I've got a lot of financial troubles. Let me kill my wife and son. But there's also the issue of opportunity. And I think that's been buttoned up with his lies about whether he was there or not. Oh, by the way, I was. Oops. And the timeline as it's been dissected, the opportunity is there. So this jury, in my opinion, has to get to a point where they say, well, who else could it be? Which is a very different standard than beyond a reasonable doubt. What do you think?
I completely agree with you, but first, just taking a step back from that, in my time as an FBI agent, I have seen people put on the waterworks like that and then be perfectly fine the next moment. So it's not outside of the realm of possibility per se. But in terms of the crime of opportunity, one thing I found interesting that I was listening to earlier was that Mr. Waters was talking about the fact that the dog ran back with presumably chicken in its mouth. And the dog didn't seem spooked by anything else in Moselle and in and around that vicinity at that time, indicating that the dog was very comfortable around the people that were there. There was no other person there that could have committed that crime. And I also think he did a very good job of pointing out that FBI cast data or that cell phone data. He was presenting the timeline earlier. And what was so effective about that is it was very clear and very concise, that kind of condensed timeline. You can really lose jurors sometimes in kind of complicated digital evidence like that. And Murdaugh seemed very, very confused. He wasn't clear at all in terms of looking at that cell phone data. And that was his phone that we were talking about. And I think the final thing that really points to this crime of opportunity is the fact that really his phone wasn't moving at all for a good, say, 50 minutes or so. And that is also unusual. And so I think the prosecution did a really good job of sort of showing, to your point, who else could it have been, because there was no one else present.
Yeah, and that's, again, that's not the proper standard, but who's to say what's going on in these jurors' minds when they start coming to that ultimate decision? And you point out that the dogs weren't going nuts. I was surprised that Murdaugh was willing to say that. I mean, he said, no, they were fine. And even earlier in testimony, he said those guineas, they would go nuts when things were a little askew. So there was none of that happening in the minutes just before the murders. Why? Well, because they were very comfortable with the people that were there. I mean, that's the logical conclusion. And so as we move on into his testimony, and again, this is the cross-examination, which yesterday I have to say was a little wandering, a little, just redundant with all the financial stuff, which may or may not be an issue on appeal if there is a conviction. We know that. But now we're getting to the guts of it. And I think they've got to be wrapping this cross up soon, I would think. They want to end this with a bit of a crescendo, a punctuation. What would you expect to see from the defense attorneys when they try to rehabilitate this guy?
I think that's going to be tough, quite frankly. To put it as my daughter would say, he's a hot mess up there on the stand. And I'm surprised, but not surprised that he took the stand. I think part of it is his ego talking, if you want me to be honest with you. I think what they're going to do is kind of to your point about that financial stuff. One of the things the prosecution did do, and I felt, to your point, I do agree they were a bit kind of rambling and wandering at times, but I think what they were trying to do was show that, yes, financial crimes and murder, those are two different things, right? Those are two different types of criminals. But they were trying to show the types of financial crimes that he was engaged in and what it took from him from a mental standpoint to be able to do that. And I think what the defense may do is sort of take that and pull that back and talk about the fact, yes, he's admitted to these financial crimes. However, a financial criminal does not make necessarily a murderer. And I think that's where they're really going to go with it.
Yeah, and I think that's the hardest leap for folks to make, to use the judge's words. Is that a bridge too far to say, here's this guy that he's a scoundrel. He's ripping people off. He has no regard for people he believed were friends, family, important clients. Money is all he needed. Okay, that's one thing, but are you going to then blow your son's head off and shoot your wife? That's tricky. Okay, so we're going to take a break here, folks. We're getting ready to queue up the Q&A, and Jeanette Levy is shifting and shuffling through the questions that are coming in, so stand by for that. We'll take a quick break here. We'll come right back.
Okay, let's see. I was looking at something briefly to play here. Let's see. Let's play this one. Start? Oh, it's muted. Okay.
This was a direct appeal to the jurors' emotions. You put aside all the evidence. You put aside the witness testimony. I'm telling you the truth about it. And he got very emotional. I've covered a number of different cases. I would say he seemed more credible and genuine than I've seen other defendants on the stand who try to elicit tears. That may give the jury pause. The one issue that we all have is, if he can lie to investigators, if he can lie to family, friends, clients, his law firm, why should the jury believe that he is telling them the truth now? That is something that has already been explored by Creighton Waters, the prosecutors in cross-examination. That's the biggest problem for Alec Murdaugh, because if he didn't lie at the beginning, maybe we would have had a different case right now.
Well, and he said that, hey, I lied because I was in a paranoid state of mind because of my drug use. He said he's been clean for 535 days as of yesterday, and that would put his sobriety date at September 7th of 2021, which is exactly 3 months to the day since the murder. So do you think it rings true with the jury that he says, well, I was lying because I was using drugs, but I'm clean now. Now I'm telling the truth?
So, Mitch, I've said this before. I think the jury is going to be a hung jury. I think that there's people who are going to pause about that. But here's the way to look at that. Couldn't the prosecution just easily say, If you were so paranoid and you thought everyone was out to get you, how paranoid were you on the night of the murders? Did you think that Maggie and Paul were out to get you? And by the way, all the money that you stole, you say it was all for your drugs, but that's not entirely true. What we were hearing under cross-examination is that that money was also used for personal use. So it becomes a question of how much can you blame the opioids? And I will tell you what I imagine the defense will do is call an opioid expert, a drug expert, to talk about the effect it can have on people and create irrational thoughts. And look, I think at the end of the day, it's going to be up to the jury to decide if that's credible. This was a variable that changed really everything, him taking the stand.
Well, and you are the second legal expert today to tell me that you believe this will end in a hung jury. Can you explain to our audience who might not be familiar with it what that means and what the result of that would be?
Sure. So you have 12 jurors. They have to be unanimous, either guilty or not guilty. I've talked to 15 people about this case in the last 24 hours, and everybody has a different perspective on it. Trying to all agree about whether or not Alec Murdaugh brutally murdered his family. There are weaknesses in the prosecution's case, yet there are some really important nuggets. The jury's going to wrestle over it. And if they can't come to a decision, it is a hung jury. It is a mistrial. Now, they'll be instructed to go back, keep deliberating. But if they cannot come to a consensus, this trial is over, and the prosecutors will have to decide whether to go forward with another trial down the road.
Yeah, and then you have to have another trial. He might be on the stand again. He might face these questions again in front of a different jury. It just would be an extraordinary circumstance, but it's one that's very possible. Jesse Weber, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation.
Okay, let's see what else I've got on my little playlist here. Let's see. Make that go away. Let's see. This one looks interesting. Human lie detector, Phil Houston, on how he can tell if Alex Murdaugh is lying. This is 3 weeks ago, so.
Add price drop protection, and we'll pay you back if your flight gets cheaper.
Welcome to Zulily, a wonderland of absurdly good deals.
This is Alex Murdaugh and his first interrogation by the police.
I pulled up and I could see him, and, you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was.
Love you.
I'm so sorry.
And I could see his brain on. I mean, I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers,
None
people
that
breaking in?
None that I know of. The only thing what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago, and there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that. He's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot. So, but I mean, nothing like this.
A lot in there, Phil. What are you seeing?
Yeah, you see a lot of things. The first thing that jumps out at me is when he says, I touched them both. I mean, I tried to do it. He has what we call a false start there. When he says, I touched them both, he's trying to convey something, but he realizes that that's not the way he wants to go. That's not the most effective thing for him to say. And then he says, I mean, I tried to do it as limited as possible. So what's he trying to get at there? He's trying to demonstrate that he knows he's talking to a police officer. And so he's trying to show them that he's helping them. This is in that persuasion bucket, okay? The first part, the false start, is in that manipulation bucket, okay? And he's trying to demonstrate that he's being helpful at that moment in time, that he's not going to contaminate the crime scene in some way. And, you know, it's hard to imagine that anyone that was in that situation would be worried about the crime scene if they were looking at their son and their daughter with the horrific graphic damage that's been done to them. And they would have very little reluctance to reaching out and seeing if there's a pulse and seeing if, you know, there's just some miraculous chance that they're still alive and so forth. Again, he's thinking about the action that's there as opposed to the outcome that's really happened. And the reason he's doing is because he's got to convince the officers to look elsewhere, that it's not him. And that leads us to the next part where he says the only thing, and then he stops and he says, what comes to mind? You know, and again, it's another false start. But what's happening with the false starts, remember I said you think 10 times faster than you talk, you realize that what you're about to say maybe isn't as effective. And so I got a better way to say it. And he says, so what comes to mind? And then he refers to his son, Paul, and he starts going into the convince mode. You know, he was in a boat wreck a couple of years ago. There was a lot of negative publicity, and then he was attacked and so on, trying to garner sympathy from the officer, instead of focusing on the officer's question and providing real information that would help him, starting with either yes or no.
But the officer says, have you been having any problems out here? And he says trespassers or people breaking in. So what, isn't it on point to say, yes, there are, he's kind of saying, would anybody have been here like causing problems? He's trying to say there are people who are out to get us.
Yes, it's a much broader, it's a non-specific statement. In other words, there are people, this guy or the officer is looking for some specific leads, and he doesn't have those leads, but he wants to broaden by bringing up this story. What it also does for him is it broadens the requirements of the investigation. In other words, it suggests there may be other people that you should be looking at. So go look at them and don't look at me.
And that was what you called an anchor point shift, that what comes to mind, an anchor point shift, which you referenced earlier. And can you just expand on what that is?
It's really a qualifier. It's really a qualifier. What comes to mind at this moment? It's like, I'm going to give you this and I'll see if that works. And if it doesn't, then I'll go elsewhere, which is what he did.
Like many people, I am trying to.
I just had a thought while I was listening to that, and my niece showed up last September having a psychotic break, and she just out of the blue showed up at my house and said, we need to go to Missouri for the second coming. You know, it's going to happen Thursday, and so we need to go. So are you game to go? And I was going, okay, sure, I'll go with you, figuring, well, I'll have a few days on the road trip to talk her into getting some therapy. And she ended up leaving my place because I needed to do a few things before we could leave, and she headed up north, and she went to a storage unit, and she hid some of her computers and stuff, I guess because she thought they were going to spy on her through her computers. And then she tried to bust her way out of the storage unit. And so she ended up in the psych ward. She was ill, and they figured that's what triggered the psychotic break. Now, Alex was not behaving at all like this when he was in the police car. Hey, Gizzy Sue, welcome. Gizzy Sue wasn't acting like that. Now, my sister, she's manic depressive, and she got into some lithium induced psychosis once, and they adjusted her medication on her, and that caused some problems, and she ended up at the emergency room because of that. And when she was there, she was convinced that she called it Uber to get home from the emergency room. And she was convinced that somebody had hacked her phone and canceled her Uber ride and so forth. So I've seen people who are having, some severe paranoia, and Alex wasn't behaving at all like them when he was in the police car. So I'm not buying this. I lied because I was paranoid. He was lying because he had just blown away his family, and not because he is, experiencing paranoia due to the drugs. Hmm.
Is attached to it. He's not completely devoid of emotion. And I think it's much easier to sort of remove yourself and your emotions and that element of shame from a financial crime than it is from murdering your own flesh and blood. And so I think that's part of the issue. What I do think the prosecution is doing, though, I completely agree with Michael, they got far too much in the weeds. But yesterday, I think they are doing, and what I think their strategy was to take all of that financial crime information, particularly having to do with the victims, particularly, in terms of lying straight to their faces. I think what he's trying to say is that takes a special kind of person to be able to do that. A lot of times at the FBI, when we do white collar crime, financial crime, those kinds of things, it is somewhat removed. You're not sitting in front of someone's face and lying to them. A lot of it's taking place online through electronic transfers. And I think that's what he's trying to show, is that he does have the capability to do that. Although I'm not certain that the prosecution is doing the best job. They keep kind of going back to, why have you lied about this and not everything else? And so I think they're having a tough time with that.
And I think there's just so much that goes on in this case. And Creighton Waters runs the grand jury for the South Carolina Attorney General's office. So he's got everything in the kitchen sink up here when he's probably just needs an outline down here of, we need to focus on what this is about, because I'm hearing a lot more about financial stuff than I am about the homicides. At least today we got into the homicides a little more. Let's get to some of our questions. You guys are sending them in, and keep them coming on Twitter, Facebook, and in our YouTube chat, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Gigi, the first one comes from Jod Foster, at Jod Foster from Twitter. Is the jury buying it? That's who matters here. Are you seeing anybody who looks skeptical? Or are you seeing anybody who looks like they're buying what Alec Murdaugh is selling?
It's hard to tell. I mean, for the most part, it's very much poker face. But you do see these little subtle things. I mean, for instance, yesterday, a lot of people have been talking about that passing of the tissue. I mean, is that just kind of like an instinct to do it? Or was it, hey, man, you're sobbing. I feel bad for you. Here's a tissue. It's hard to tell if they're buying it or not. You see frustration kind of come in waves across that jury, depending on the line of questioning. But as far as what they're thinking, man, I wish I could hop in their brains for a hot second for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's hard to tell. And just giving somebody a tissue doesn't mean that you necessarily believe them. But if you think that their emotion is authentic and you are a human being, I think any of us would naturally grab for a box of tissues and pass them over to the person who was upset. Let's get to the next question. Hope Lackey from YouTube asked, do you think Alec Murdaugh giving testimony yesterday about threats that Paul was getting was to give jury reasonable doubt. Michael, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, that's been one of the defense theories all along, is that, there was such animosity built up over what Paul allegedly did in driving the boat drunk, leading to the death of the friend. And people want somebody to pay. So it's not a great argument, but certainly the attempt by the defense is to lay that out there for the jury. You only need one person to cling to that, to turn this into a hung jury and maybe a potential retrial. I don't think that's going to sway 12 people, to be honest with you. I think it's a little weak, but there's no doubt the defense is going to use that as one of their weapons.
The Deal Master from YouTube asked Tracy, in your opinion, has Alec taking the stand helped or hurt his case?
Personally, I feel that it's hurt his case. I think he at times appears combative. I think he's caught himself in several lies and several missteps. And I think he sort of comes across as at times sincere, when he is crying over, finding his son. But at other times, I think he comes across as somewhat entitled, somewhat annoyed. And he's really entrapped himself and backed himself into a corner with a very small window of time now based on the digital footprint of all of the phones. And so I really think that he taking the stand has really exposed him to the full force of the prosecution. And whether the prosecution has been clear or not and focused too much on the financial crimes or not, the reality is he's really backed himself into the corner in terms of digital evidence right now.
Good point. There's a lot of digital evidence in this case, an overwhelming amount. And I kind of wonder sometimes if the jury is overwhelmed by it, or if they just take a big picture view and say, okay, yeah, his phone was here and then it was there, and this, that, and the other. Gigi, Adriana Sacido from YouTube asks, what happened right after the jury left the courtroom with the officer? We kind of heard the officer, the bailiff, somebody say something to the judge. So what happened there?
Yeah, so they escorted the jury out of the courtroom, and after about 20 seconds, he came back in, just walked straight up to the judge's podium and whispered in his ear. He was there about 15, 20 seconds, and then nothing was said. The judge adjourned us for lunch. So hopefully it's nothing bad since he came out with the jury, or he went out with the jury. Let's cross our fingers. We have two alternates. So let's not, have anything happen today on a Friday, especially, right? But yeah, so that's all we know is everybody was kind of whispering like, what's going on? So maybe we'll hear something. I'll bring it to you if we do.
Yeah, let's hope nobody's feeling a little under the weather, has the sniffles, and we have to do some emergency COVID tests. Oh my gosh, could you imagine? All right, we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Keep the questions coming to us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching.
Okay, just a short, another family story. The family history of autism and schizophrenia, they're both on the same gene. My grandmother, right after my parents got married, my grandpa and grandma lived out on the South Fork in Cody, Wyoming, and grandma was listening to the radio, and she heard on the radio about somebody finding a young woman dead in a culvert up there in Wyoming. And my grandpa came in at that moment from killing a chicken for dinner, and he had blood on his hands, and my grandma had a psychotic break thinking that my grandpa had murdered this young woman. And so my parents had to move to Cody, Wyoming, because she was kind of my grandma's favorite. And so they thought that he would be a calming influence on her. So that's an evidence of paranoia again. Let's see. It says, after struggling with major depression all my life, it was lifting the guilt burden to discover it is inherited, not a spiritual lack. Oh, yes. Yeah, finding out that you've got some genetic voodoo in the family tree. One of my poor nieces, she had kidney failure in her childhood. She turned up with complete kidney failure at age 15, had dialysis on her 15th birthday after they flew her down from Idaho, and she developed some interesting schizophrenia problems, and they say that's not unusual with kidney patients because they only get dialysis like 3 times a week, and so the toxins and so forth in their blood are never really cleared up like an ordinary healthy person. So their blood chemistry affecting their brain is just really off, and so it's extremely common for some very serious psychological problems with dialysis patients. So, but she got a transplant, so she's much better. Not completely better. Okay, let's see what Angela Levy is saying over here on Law and Crime.
On a question we asked in the last block before the commercial break, and that was, what was the judge why was the sheriff's deputy or bailiff whispering to the judge? Well, we found out during the commercial break that what was going on was they need people to stay in the courtroom until they move Alec Murdaugh out of there because they were getting reports about people trying to hand him stuff and stuff like that. So it's just a little bit of a reminder to the judge. Everybody needs to be still until Alec gets out of there, the jury, and then everybody can walk out of the courtroom. So no emergency COVID issues or anything like that. Everything appears to be okay. Joining us now is Joe McCullough. He is a former law partner of Dick Harpootlian, who is Alec Murdaugh's lead attorney. And he's with us outside of the courthouse. He's also suing Alec Murdaugh as part of the boat crash that Paul was involved in back in 2019. So Joe, I have to get your thoughts right off the bat now. I need to know like what you think of what the cross is like. It sounds like Creighton Waters has gotten into the homicides, obviously, the day of the homicides more. We're not hearing as much about the financial crimes as we were yesterday. So your take on what we're seeing on Cross, how is Alec Murdaugh doing?
Well, frankly, I think Alec Murdaugh is tired and he's beginning to break down a bit. Creighton scoring some points. There have been a couple of important things done, and when we broke for the lunch hour, Creighton was going second by second to say, when did the big lie start? If you can't really tell, we're going to watch this video of that first statement, that first interview, until you can tell this jury when you invented the big lie. And that's pretty effective. And he's also laying out this morning earlier and yesterday this, you looked them in the eye and lied to them. All these financial victims, you looked them in the eye and you lied to them. And I suspect in the closing argument, that's going to reverberate and you're going to hear, you looked Pawpaw in the eye as you blew his brains out. You looked at your wife, Maggie, in the eye as you shot her down like a dog. I think he's doing things. He'll never be accused of not being methodical, but he's effective today.
One of the things that stuck out to me was the fact that Creighton Waters asked him, Joe, if he could remember his last conversation with Maggie. And he said he could, but he didn't say what it was. Also, he was asked, when you just got the chicken out of Bubba's mouth, you just put the chicken down and you just kind of get out of there? And he's like, did you say bye to them? He's like, I would have said bye to them. He didn't say, yes, of course I said bye. Like, hey, I'm going back to the air conditioning. He said, I would have. And I don't know if that's a tell or if that's the way Alec Murdaugh talks. What do you think?
Well, I think that the jury is going to take into account, and they'll certainly be reminded by the defense in closings, this is a fellow who came upon a family slaughtered. And he was not asked by the investigator, tell me in chronological order, in perfect order, what you did, when you did it, and exactly what you said. That's not the way things happen. Police officers, as a matter of fact, when they're involved in a shooting, they get a 24-hour hiatus before their interview about the shooting to give them time to collect their thoughts. So kind of a different standard for witnesses or victims in crimes, people who come upon things. So I think the jury's not going to give much credence to that quote unquote problem. But I think what's happening in there now about when the big lie got invented and tightening this timeline and challenging Alex to explain it, that's going to help the prosecution.
Yeah, it's a tight timeline. 8:44 kennel video, 8:49 the phone's lock. After the video, you got to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and then get in the golf cart and go back to the air conditioning minute by minute. It's a tight timeline for sure. Let's take a look at some of the testimony. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I make one point while we're there talking about Bubba and whatever that other dog's name is? A telling moment.
Bubba and Grady and the chicken. The chicken is unnamed. Right. Go ahead.
There you go. We haven't given the chicken a name, but Cocky. But the point I'm making is you can see the fatigue in Alex's answers. And one moment that I thought was telling and helpful to the prosecution was when Alex said, and in response to a question by the prosecution, the dogs didn't sense anybody they didn't know.
Yeah.
The dogs didn't sense assassins hidden in the bushes is the subtext there. And you'll hear that in hopefully early next week in closings.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, these are dogs that are high strung. We've heard that too. So you would think they might be able to sense that, especially because I think they had to go over and relieve themselves by the pines, if I recall that correctly. Let's take a look at some of the cross-examination from Alec Murdaugh or by Alec Murdaugh, and we'll talk about it.
All right, so let's, you want to say a minute? Does that sound about right?
A minute for what?
To have just whatever interaction it took for you to then, according to your new story, drive back to.
No, sir. It wouldn't have taken me a minute. It would have been, it would have been, I'm leaving. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay. So 30 seconds?
I don't think it would have taken 30 seconds, but I mean, I'm fine with you using whatever time you want to apply.
Well,
but I don't
I'm
think
just asking about real life here and how people interact with one another, Mr. Murdaugh. I mean, so what you're telling this jury, I call you're fuzzy on these kind of details, is that you jetted down there, you dealt with the chicken and jetted right back.
No, sir. No, sir. I didn't jet down there and I didn't jet back. I got up after Maggie asked me to leave, after Maggie asked me to go with her, and I didn't. I got up. I went and got on a golf cart. I drove down there. I did what I did. I said, I'm leaving or something to those words, and I went back.
All right.
Michael Bryant, he said, I'm leaving or whatever, and I went back. Alec Murdaugh does not like to be hot. We've heard that on Sunday. He didn't want to be out in the heat. And on Monday night, he didn't want to be out in the heat either. So what do you make of that? Because he's got to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and then say whatever he says to Maggie and get back to the house. It's a tight timeline.
It's sweltering there in June. So, see you guys later. What would that take? A second and a half? So I think the prosecution was maybe trying to make more out of this than they needed to. I don't think you're going to get 30 seconds into your timeline by the whatever he said when he left. So I don't think that was a big hit. I do think the prosecution made some hay, though, with that 4-minute period of time when he was allegedly back at the house. 283 steps were taken, and there was no good explanation as to what he was doing. And we have to assume these phones. I don't worship the cell phones, as many people know. But I think that there is some validity to the movement issue. And unless you could prove that 283 steps was simulated somehow and they weren't real steps, how do you explain that? What was he doing? What was happening to him and the phone during that 4-minute window? So I think that was a big win. I don't think the, hey, I got to get out of here was much of anything, really.
Let's get to your questions now. Tracy Walder is a former CIA agent and a former FBI agent, spy/cop. I mean, so she's got a lot of things going on, a lot of intuition, I think. This question comes to you from Mr. Russian Blue from YouTube. Why would you lie after finding your own loved ones murdered. And this goes to Alec Murdaugh talking about lying about being at the kennels. He got paranoid, all of that stuff. I mean, is it possible, Tracy, that you're in the police car talking to the SLED agents and you're just thinking to yourself, oh my God, I was just down there. They're going to pin this on me. Is that possible?
It very well could have been possible. I mean, nothing's outside of the realm of possibility. But then he also went on to say that he didn't trust SLED. And I find that to be a very interesting statement, given the fact that really his family, for the better part of a few decades, has had enjoyed a very close relationship with SLED. If anything, it would have been motivation not to lie to SLED. And also, just in looking at his composure inside, when he was inside of the police vehicle with his attorney and two other officers, he is pretty calm and methodical. He does break down a little bit, but there really is no reason for him to sort of say that he was feeling paranoid. He didn't look paranoid, quite frankly. And so I think the fact that he chose to lie about this specific detail is highly suspicious. Also, we have to think about the fact, I know a lot was made out of the clothes, and I'm not sure how much validity I really put into that. But this is a person who he has said on the stand now that he tried to roll Paul over, knowing that Paul was dead. He would have been covered in blood, given Paul's wounds. And this is a person who thought enough ahead to go and change his clothes and wash his hands. So he was thinking one step ahead. I'm not certain that he came to the conclusion that they were going to pin it on him. I think that the reason that he ultimately lied is because he didn't want to put himself right at a scene of a crime that he may have committed.
I still have a question about the shooting of Paul, and I don't want to be too explicit, but there was a biological material, I'll steal a word from one of the law partners, all over the place. And how I heard somebody say that if you shot Paul, that would be everywhere, and it would be in your hair, it would be all over the place. So I still need to figure out how you would clean yourself up that quickly from that type of thing, because that would be incredible. An incredible amount of stuff going on. More questions now. Bread from YouTube with a capital E. Gigi, could Alec Murdaugh essay-style answers be hurting the prosecution? Seems like Waters should be doing a better job of shutting him down. Is the jury reacting? Is anybody in the courtroom kind of reacting when Alec Murdaugh kind of expounds and goes on these kind of, all this extraneous information that he provides?
I really haven't seen much reaction from the jury about that, but it's not a bad thing for the prosecution. You give a man the open floor and trip up and say something that he doesn't intend to if he gets on a roll. I'm not sure backing it up is necessarily best for the prosecution. He's a liar. We know that. So the longer maybe he slips up and says something that they can jump right on. You never know.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm wondering if Jim Griffin's going to come back and say, Alec, you've admitted to lying. Why should anybody believe you now? I mean, it's kind of the question I would ask, and see what his answer is. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll get to more of your questions. Stay with us. You're watching Law and Crime.
Okay, yeah, I looked at the Southern California government website, and they do not allow chewing tobacco. I was thinking that would be a terrible thing for them to have pools of chewed tobacco all over the place. Well, we've got a commercial break. Okay, let's see. What do we have on my little playlist here? That's a secret recording exposes larger scheme. Is judicial reform necessary? I haven't listened to that one, so I'm not sure that one is something that we want to go into. Maybe I'll look at that over the weekend. Okay, here's one that we want to play. Pat Brown, why we think the defense may win. Let me pull that up.
Hello, everyone. And this is criminal profiler Pat Brown. And having heard what I've heard so far in the Alex Murdaugh trial, and the defense now putting on their part of this court case, I will have to say, I think there's a very good chance the defense will win. Now, why do I say that? All right. I think if this had been a professional jury, something I'm totally in favor of, I think this trial would have gone on for 1 week and Murdaugh would have been found guilty. However, we have a civilian jury system, and that changes things. Now, I've often said, and some people don't like the way I say it, I call the civilian jury system 12 people off a bus stop. Why do I say that? It's because these are 12 untrained people. They have zero training in forensics, crime scene analysis, behavioral analysis, and everything else that one would think someone who is going to make a final decision on a trial where many experts are paraded out there, you would have people who have high qualifications for being able to analyze. But that's not the way the jury system works in the United States. It literally is 12 people off a bus stop. So the defense knows this, and they're also very aware of what can win a case when you have 12 people without that kind of training. So here's what I think is happening here. Now, the prosecution has put on an excellent case. The circumstantial evidence is pretty damning. But now we come to the defense, and they're playing this defense game. There's not a video of the crime, and there's not DNA from the crime. And therefore, no matter how crappy this guy is, no matter that he's a big fat liar, no matter that he's money laundering, and what does he got here? Let me look at the list here. Let's see. He allegedly arranged his own death for insurance payout. 100 charges against him for various financial crimes, including fraud, money laundering, tax evasion, and forgery. Oh, but hey, just because he's a pretty crappy guy doesn't mean he's a murderer. That's the kind of thinking they use. So if they don't have that actual moment framed for the jury, that video of the homicides going down, and they don't have DNA that connects him to the crime scene, they say ignore all the other circumstantial evidence. That's what they're saying. Now, interestingly, the prosecution had brought out the audio where you can hear his voice on it, on the phone. And 5 people have said, hey, that's Alex Murdaugh's voice. 5 minutes before his wife and son were killed over there with the doggies, right? And he's denied it and denied it and denied it. Well, today, the defense puts him on the stand. And this is usually, the reason they usually do something like this is because they know the prosecution's case is excellent. And the only good chance they have is to convince the jury that this guy, in spite of everything, feels sorry for the guy, feels sorry for him. He's willing to even sit here on the stand and tell you the story and actually come clean with the truth. He's going to come clean today. And he did, he admitted finally, oh, he was actually there at, where the dogs and his wife and son were. He was right down there. When up until now, he's claimed he wasn't there at all. Well, I'm going to read to you a little from the Daily Beast, because they have a pretty good little article here on what happened today, and I'm going to do some commentary on that. So anyway, today he took the stand. It says, all right, almost 2 years of speculation and a stunning fall from grace, as a once prominent South Carolina lawyer, Alex Murdaugh, finally took the stand Thursday to provide a jaw-dropping testimony in his double murder trial, including a concession that he'd been lying to authorities for years because of drug-induced paranoia. Okay, just got to start laughing right there. Drug-induced paranoia. So that causes you to lie because you took drugs. He lies about everything, even when the drugs aren't in his system, I guess. All right. I did lie to them, Murdaugh told a packed courtroom 4 weeks into the trial. As my addiction evolved over time, I would get into these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking. Although I don't know what the paranoid thinking has to do with this actual particular incident. Breaking down several times on the stand. He did a good job of that. Murdaugh told a packed, oh, sorry, I went backwards a paragraph. Let me go down here. Breaking down several times on the stand, Murdaugh insisted he did not murder his 52-year-old wife, Maggie, and his 22-year-old son, Paul, at the dog kennels of the family's hunting estate on June 7th, 2021. I love this next statement. This is where statement analysis comes in. And this is in quotes here. I did not shoot my wife or my son anytime. Well, I thought there was only one time in question. Were there other times in questions? You didn't shoot them anytime? Well, you didn't shoot them anytime. You shot them this time. And then he says, ever. Well, again, it was only once. You never shot them ever? Yeah, I think right about there you did. I'm surprised he didn't add never. All right, let's see. He declared that almost immediately after taking the stand. But in order to finally tell his side of the story, he also had to admit that he was at the kennels with his wife and son minutes before they were murdered, even though he had previously told investigators that he was asleep at the main house at the time of the slayings. Prosecutors previously showed jurors a video filmed, it was an actual video, but this audio we're hearing, by Paul at the kennels minutes before the murders, in which Alex and Maggie's voices could be heard in the background. Murdaugh said that he initially lied about being at the dog kennels because of his year-long addiction to opioids. I don't know what that has to do with the lying about being at the kennels at all, which made him paranoid. He was paranoid about what? Being accused of murder. That's not unreasonable paranoia. He said that paranoia set in during the first police interview in the squad car after he called 911. Yeah, because he thought, I'm going to be charged with double homicide. On June 7th, I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think I was capable of reason, and I lied about being down there. And I'm so sorry that I did. I would never do anything intentionally to hurt them, ever. Again, ever. All right, his only surviving son, Buster, is watching Dad on the stand and looking sad. And then he says, Murdaugh says, oh, what a tangled web we weave. It's getting very poetic. Once I told the lie, and I told my family I had to keep lying. About what exactly? That you didn't murder your wife and son? Murdaugh, 54, is facing 4 charges in connection with the June 2021 slayings. Prosecutors allege the brutal slayings were part of a desperate attempt to garner sympathy and evade questions over years of stealing from his law firm and clients. And I think the defense can say to the civilian jury, this is not a very provable motive, which I will admit it isn't, but the prosecution doesn't have to prove motive. A spokesperson for Murdaugh's defense team told the Daily Beast on Thursday morning that Murdaugh wanted to testify that it was going to be a last-minute decision that morning. Ultimately, the spokesperson noted the final decision was up to Alex. Oh, of course, they didn't really plan this out, you see. So it's a risky thing, taking the stand. That's true, because it says, while Murdaugh is on trial for murder, he is separately facing upwards of 80 criminal charges for a slew of financial misdeeds, drug trafficking, and money laundering. And it goes on about the insurance payment, too. Then it says this. Hold on one second. Oh, here we go. Scott Evans, a trial attorney, said that even though he did all these other things, one of the key defenses for the key theme for the jury, and here's the biggie, that possessing the ability to commit financial crimes is entirely different from possessing the ability and the lack of conscience necessary to massacre your wife and child. I'm going to say BS. If you can commit as many crimes as this guy did over this many years, lie this many times, manipulate, deceive, steal, do everything he's done, That man has no conscience. He is a psychopath. And a psychopath can move from one thing to another when it's necessary. People are either useful or they're in the way. And I believe at that point in time, on that day, when he went down to the kennels, his wife and his son were in his way of being able to achieve what he wanted to achieve. And they were just collateral damage for him, because I will stand by he is a psychopath. Let's see. But without murder weapons or DNA evidence to tie Murdaugh to the scene, prosecutors have relied on cell phone data, which is excellent, because they even proved that when he arrived at the scene later, after they were murdered and he left the scene, and these cartel people came running in and shot them down. 12-year-olds came in and shot them down because they didn't like the way they were treating the dogs. I don't know what happened right after he left the kennels. And then he went over to his mother's house to set up what the prosecution says an alibi and to maybe get rid of a couple of weapons. They have all that tracked phone, the cell phone and all that. He also arrives back at the kennels to they discover the bodies, and he claims he went in and he tried CPR on them. And what was interesting about that is when the police got there, he had a white shirt on. There was no blood on it, so that's a lie. And supposedly the cell phone said that after he arrived, they had the car arriving at the kennels. 20 seconds later, he makes the phone call to 911. So there's no time for him to do all these life-saving techniques, you see. So that's a lie. So they had all of that, but they don't have ballistic evidence. That's true. Well, they have ballistic evidence, similar types of guns that he has. They've been able to poke holes in Murdaugh's alibi with the video Paul took shortly before the murders. Absolutely. But here is the problem. We have a civilian jury. So the civilian jury often goes with wanting solid physical evidence and finding that if the circumstantial evidence is hard for them to say, okay, all of these things put together make up the puzzle. But the defense will say there's a puzzle piece missing. And that one puzzle piece missing is the actual moment of the murders. And there's nothing physically to put physical evidence to put him there committing the crime. And then they add in what they've added in today, all the emotion, him crying and crying and crying and being willing to tell the story and being willing to admit he's a liar. And then they tell the jury again, he may be a liar, he may have done all these other things, but that doesn't make him a killer. And a civilian jury will go there and say, you know, that's true. We can't absolutely say that he's a killer, because they do not understand how to put all the circumstantial evidence together to the point where you say there is no reasonable doubt. This is why I want a professional jury system. But I'll be curious to see what the verdict comes back on this case. All I can hope is if it's 12 people off a bus stop, they pick the right 12 people off a good bus stop. That's all I can say. All right, that's it. Please, if you haven't been to my channel before and you like what I offer here, I have a lot of
Law and Crime is still having a break here. That was really interesting. Yeah, the professional jurors, I think she means like there are some countries like I can't remember, it might have been Peru, where the guy who is suspected of killing Natalie Holloway killed the government official's daughter. Seems to me they had like a panel of several judges, like 5 or so. I can't remember. Anyway, Fred and Rose West got their victims from bus stops. Oh, yeah, I've been, I need to watch the second and third part on Case File Presents. They do such an excellent job over there. They were doing the West, and I saw the first of the 3 parts that they've done. So, let's see, we're back to Law and Crime. So let's
see more of it once the lunch break ends. But until then, we are taking your questions. So keep them coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, and in our Facebook, and we will get to as many of them as we can. With me this hour, Tracy Walder, a retired CIA agent and FBI agent. Also, Sonny Slaughter, a former Homeland Security official and law enforcement consultant. And Michael Bryant, a host here at Law and Crime and also an attorney. So guys, thanks for being with us, and thanks to everybody watching for being with us, and happy Friday. Let's take a look at some of that cross-examination. And this is by Creighton Waters, the Assistant Attorney General for the state of South Carolina. And he's asking Alec Murdaugh about his opioid addiction. A lot of people think the opioid addiction is made up, but it sounds like there are text messages and other things to back it up. So let's listen to what Alec Murdaugh had to say about it.
All right. And so she obviously told Paul, and Paul texted you, correct? About finding those pills.
That's correct.
In May of 2021.
That's correct.
And you've heard your sister-in-law, Marion, testify that Maggie called him the little detective about the pills. You heard that testimony in this courtroom?
I did hear that.
All right. So did they start to watch you like a hawk and get on you about your pill usage during the month of May?
No.
They did not.
No, Mr. Waters, this battle that I had with addiction, it had been going on for years. And so they had been watching me like a hawk for years before May. May was just one occurrence where I let them down again.
All right. They had been watching you like a hawk for years. Is that correct?
About my pill addiction, yes, sir. That is correct. I promised Paul that as soon as we finished with his criminal case, that I would go to rehab.
All right. So Alec Murdaugh being asked about Paul, the little detective. And we saw text messages earlier in the case that showed that Paul was contacting his father in early May and saying, I'm at Edisto Beach. We need to talk. Mom found a bag of pills in your briefcase. So there was some stuff going around about this in the month or so before the murders. So Michael Bryant, what do you make of this? Because it almost seemed to me like he was talking about not feeling well the day before the homicides when they were in Columbia for the baseball game. He was staying in the hotel. It was hot out. He was feeling a little dope sick. I mean, is the prosecution maybe looking for something to couple with this financial stuff that maybe he was trying to get off the pills again? They had been on him, and that added to stress.
Yeah, I guess. I know that he testified he was sort of coming out of, initial step in his personal rehab. Remember, he tried to rehab himself many times without going to a facility. But it seems to me it's like a swing and a miss, because let's assume the prosecution uses that as an additional stressor. You'd have to move from stressor to psychotic, in my opinion, to shoot your son and your wife as a result of those stresses. I'm on pills. I'm going to get off the pills. And now I got these financial pressures on me. I know I'll kill those closest to me. And it makes no sense. I thought, we've heard so little about, this idea that there might be a drug cartel involved, that he was somehow helping others, and the cartel would then wipe out his family to prove to him, hey, we're serious about this. You got to come clean with us. But we've stayed away from that in terms of any supportive or corroborative testimony. Maybe it's because he can't even tell his attorneys what's going on because his fear of what they might do. I don't know if the defense might not use that. There have been enough seeds planted. Maybe during closing, they could use that suggestion that, he couldn't even tell his son what was going on. Buster, his lone remaining son now. And so we don't even know for sure what's going on, but we know he was scared to death, and this cartel made a point by killing his wife and his son. To me, that's as believable as, hey, I'm freaking out over being on drugs and money problems. I'll kill my family.
I'm surprised the defense hasn't said something like, Paul and Maggie were killed to send a message because he owed drug dealers money. He was stealing. I'm surprised they haven't gone there. I know that there was some testimony that the Cowboys weren't worried about the money he owed them because they knew they would get paid. That's what Agent Owen said. But I'm still a little surprised that hasn't been brought up, because if you're going to act like we don't know who killed them, well, that's a pretty good reason.
Yep.
Let's get to more of your questions. This one comes from Bello Enzo from YouTube. How come Waters doesn't continue on the reason Maggie was there? There's testimony from her sister saying he called her up there, and he denies it now on the stand. Marion Proctor said that she urged her sister to go to Moselle because, Alex's dad was having some issues. She didn't necessarily want to go, but Marion said, yeah, I told her she should go. And now Alec is saying he didn't summon Maggie to Moselle.
I think it's I think the whole case is convoluted. And the fact that he is on the stand and he's saying that he didn't ask her to come, and the family members are saying that he did. And Maggie's hesitant about always going there. I'm just not sure what to make of Alex's testimony altogether and why she was there. But the tight time frame really gives credence to some of what I think the prosecution has been trying to do and failed to do with tying them all together. Why Maggie was there is just beyond me. The whole case is just, he's a hot mess, and so is all the reason behind all of this.
I think Tracy Walder said her daughter said that earlier, that Alec is a hot mess. I think we can all agree. I mean, he's like addicted to opioids. He's stealing millions of dollars. He's robbing Peter to pay Paul. He's trying to keep up appearances. He's worried about the family image. He's got Paul, in the boat crash thing. I mean, just, oh my gosh. And then, whatever else is going on that we don't know about, but I think we would have heard by now. Let's get to another question. Pooterbug's mom from Twitter. I don't know what that means, but interesting name. Tracy, could Alec have been sitting in the golf cart when he shot Paul? That's why it looks like a 5'2" person shot him. I think some people have wondered that. It seems like it would be a weird place to sit to shoot somebody, because we heard that Paul was ambushed inside the feed room. So do you think it's possible that Alec was shooting from the golf cart, and that's why the physics guy said, yeah, the shooter's like 5'2", 5'4"?
Yeah, I think that actually is entirely possible. I've shot, out of vehicles before and out of sort of golf cart types of vehicles. So I don't think it's impossible. And it probably makes the most reasonable sense in terms of explaining that height of the bullet trajectory. But we have to remember, and I thought the prosecution did a good job of this, basically that individual was not cleared for court testimony on trajectory analysis. He was someone who did accident recreation. So I don't put a lot of stock into what he said. Now, I've thought about it, if Alec was on his knees or something like that, the height still wouldn't work out. So really a golf cart is perhaps what would work out. However, I'm surprised that they haven't used that yet as a counter to what was presented.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but to me, I still don't know if that would be possible, because I thought that there was some stippling. And you would have to Paul was in the feed room and was ambushed. They said the testimony on the record. And then they said he took a couple steps toward the door. I'm just trying to play this out in my mind and figure out how this happened with Maggie not flipping out and seeing her son being murdered and trying to do something. So I don't know. I guess it could have happened, but I just don't know. Or maybe leaning over the golf cart. I don't know. All right. Just some thoughts from me. Let's get to our next question. Lina Wildsey from Twitter. Did Maggie know PMPED was looking for missing money? Do you think the state will physically demonstrate the number of steps in the time stated to the jury? Oh, this is a lot of questions, Michael Bryant. So let's just do the first one. Do you think Maggie knew that PMPED was looking for missing money?
You know, there's some question as to when she learned what she learned. The real question is, did she know enough at that time and then let Alec know that she knew? And if so, did that trigger him? I don't think the answer is clear enough in terms of what she actually knew, but it seems pretty clear that he knew what everybody else knew. And as he said, I lied, I cheated, I took advantage of all these people. And in his mind, in his testimony to this jury, it didn't matter. That was not the kind of thing that was going to set him off. The more people that knew bothered him, he had some concern. But again, his testimony is that was not the triggering event. His paranoia related to drugs, not the money.
And I think she clearly, obviously, she didn't want her husband using drugs. And the little detective, Paul, was trying to keep his dad, in line and in check. Libby Bertrand from YouTube. Why does Alec not trust SLED? Sonny, we all thought that was really interesting since Alec Murdaugh had a really good relationship with law enforcement. His family was basically part of law enforcement in the area for a century. But he gets in the car with SLED and he doesn't trust them.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I didn't see him apprehensive when he was in the car. I didn't see him feeling leery about his conversation with SLED. And that has really been an interesting question. Why didn't he trust them? What has happened? He talked about his paranoia with the drugs, but he has never said anything about being pulled over, being having to go in for questioning or anything related to his relationship with law enforcement that would cause me to believe that he really had this trust of law enforcement at all. He seemed rather comfortable to me. And I just think that he is, that is just another excuse from him as to why he lied. I just don't believe it.
Could be. I mean, because he seemed rather comfortable. I mean, he got in there with his lawyer and talked to the cops, talked to SLED. They're a different ballgame maybe than the local guys, but still, I mean, they're there to investigate the murder of your wife and child. 789 from YouTube asks, did forensics check the golf cart for blood? I don't think they did. I don't remember hearing about that. We would have heard about that had they done so. So I don't think that happened. Stevie O from YouTube asks, why did the prosecutor not realize why when visiting his mom, he spoke to Shelley about the time duration of the visit and law enforcement questions before he found the massacre at the home? I'm a little confused by that question. So he spoke to Shelley about the time duration and they questioned him before he found the massacre at the home. I don't know. Am I reading that clearly, Tracy? Do you understand what they're asking?
I'm so sorry. I'm a little confused by that.
Yeah, we're going to get back to you on that, Stevie O. Sorry, let's try another one, Tracy. I'm still stuck yesterday when Alex said, I didn't intentionally hurt Maggie and Paul. If he's conniving, why did he say it? I.e. legal reason. If he's not, it felt like a confession. That was interesting too. He said, I would never intentionally hurt them. Did you view that as a possible confession?
I did and didn't. It kind of goes back to where he said, I did him so bad, instead of they did him so bad, right? This is someone who he goes on for a long time and kind of hangs himself with his own words. But, in terms of that statement, I'm not sure that I view that necessarily as a confession. However, if he is going to then try to potentially explain his actions away, which he is sort of doing by his drug use, and I do believe that he was heavily addicted to opioids and other things, then perhaps he was experiencing, I guess, this, out of body. It wasn't intentional. I did this because I was on this drug binge and, dope sick, like you said. And so perhaps that is what he's talking about, but I don't view it as a confession.
Yeah, I think he's got a weird way of speaking. I mean, he's got like his own style. Like I did them so, or they did them so bad, or I did them so bad, whatever he said, for somebody who's a lawyer, he speaks, in a very different way, it sounds like. Psydoc from YouTube, question, isn't the emotion on stand demonstrating that Alex is reactionary? He gaslights as well. Can the jurors see this? Michael, do you feel that Alec Murdaugh is misusing emotion? Is he gaslighting from the stand?
I'm a fool for it if he is, because it seems so genuine to me. I don't know the motivation for it, and I don't think we should discount the aw shucks factor here. You mentioned that, Anjanette, that his way of speaking is it's just kind of aw shucks,
Yeah.
Everybody on the jury, though, is kind of from that area, right? So maybe it doesn't play as
Right.
well with them. It's just like that's the way we talk here. But it's just kind of, everything's kind of got a soft pedaling nature to it. And I think that when he busts out and cries like he does, I'm amazed. It looks like real emotion to me. I just don't know what's motivating.
It very well could be real emotion, but that's the question. What is causing it? We don't know. We're going to take one last question, and this one comes from KN8113 from Twitter. Do you think it will help Alec if the prosecutor... actually, no, let's not do that one. Diane from Facebook, sorry about that. Funny how Alex couldn't remember things in those earlier days, but today he has no problem answering in full detail. Seems he's giving more detail than asked. Isn't too much a bad thing? Sonny, is he giving too much detail where he can offer all this stuff and back then he's like, yeah, I don't know, and whatever?
I think he is. I think he is talking entirely too much. And I think he should be limited in his answers. He should stop being so combative and just answer the questions that are being asked. I'm sure his lawyers are losing their absolute mind with him on the stand and some of the things that he is saying, because I'm like, okay, don't do that. Don't say that. I just think he should just answer the questions. If he doesn't know, just say, I don't recall. But I think he is actually talking too much, and he is far too combative. I understand why. I understand the emotion, the thought of his wife and son being murdered. And if he is reliving that in his mind, if he can picture that at the moment, and I can't understand whether he did it or not, that is not emotional. But I just really think he should stop talking so much and stop trying to explain things and allow the prosecution to ask their question, state the answer, and if he wants to add something, wait until his attorney is asking.
Right. Well, let me tell you that you let Bubba and Grady out, and the first thing they do is they go over to those pines and they do their thing. I mean, it's just like, okay, nobody cares. But I agree with you. And I want to know what Dick Harpootlian and Jim Griffin are thinking, because we've got a camera on them and I keep looking and I just keep watching and I'm thinking to myself, I really wanted to be a fly on the wall at the jail when you guys were meeting with him the night before this happened. And I really want to know what Dick and Jim are thinking, because sometimes I'm just like, I don't know what they're thinking, but I can kind of imagine. All right. This has been great as always. We appreciate everybody joining us for our question and answer session. Testimony is about to resume soon in the trial of Alec Murdaugh with the cross-examination of Alec by Creighton Waters. So it's continuing. I'm Anjanette Levy, and again, I'll be signing off. Michael Bryant is taking over, and I will see you again next week in Walterboro, South Carolina. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Okay, I can tell you what they were thinking when they were meeting him in the jail cell. They were thinking they should have doubled their fee for representing him. That's what they were thinking, because he's just a mess. I found it interesting. I didn't realize that the one lawyer that's been sitting outside of the courthouse is one that that's suing Alex. That's really interesting. Okay, so we are ready for the afternoon session of court. I just grabbed some Coke Zero and some whole grain crackers and whole grain and seeds crackers and some hummus to eat for my lunch. So I am ready to go. Yes. So, how are people feeling? Do you think it's going to be a conviction, a hung jury? What? Oh, very tangled. I think that this is beyond tangled. This is like a cat got the ball of yarn and has been batting it all over the place, tangled. Um, Speaking of which, Galadriel is sitting on the floor looking at something. I'm not sure what. Oh, humans are very hard to predict. On the fence. I'm really hoping that it's not a hung jury because, well, a hung jury is better than an acquittal, but I'm hoping it's not a hung jury because I'm not sure if we have a hung jury, then we have to have a retrial, and I'm not sure if some things will come in a second time around, like the financial stuff, because they opened it on the first time around, and the defense would be on extra guard not to let that happen the second time around. And it should come in. So I really don't like the idea of a retrial. So yes, we've gotten this far. Oh boy. So it doesn't look like we're going to conclude the case today. At this rate, I would think closing arguments maybe Tuesday, not today. So that's my guess, and this could go even further because, oh, we still have to have the two defense witnesses. They had it sounded like it was somebody who was a coroner type, and I can't remember what the other guy's expertise were. So, oh yeah, we like Morgan Freeman. I think it's Judge Parker is his name, real name, but he does look like Morgan Freeman, and everybody loves Morgan Freeman. So, let's see. Let's see.
And welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. Michael Bryant.
Mr. Griffin, you wanted to put something on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. During cross-examination of Mr. Murdaugh, he had testified that in relation to the financial crimes that he had tried to meet with the Attorney General's office, and that on multiple occasions, and that he had from the get-go had always been willing to sit down with them. He was specifically talking about the financial investigation and the charges which he received as a result of those investigations. Following up to that questioning, that answer, Mr. Waters then went to Mr. Murdaugh's testimony and the information he provided about being down at the kennel, and he said you had never provided that information to law enforcement and other people until today or yesterday. And Your Honor, that is a direct violation of Dole v. Ohio, where the Supreme Court said that cross-examining the defendant about his failure to have told an exculpatory story after receiving Miranda warnings at the time of his arrest is a due process violation. The court goes on to say the defendant's post-arrest silence cannot be used against him, violates due process. And that's exactly what happened on cross-examination. So I want to make clear the grounds for our objection. Also would like to move to strike the question, strike the answer and get a curative jury instruction that they are not to consider any failure of the defendant to come forward with exculpatory information after his arrest relating to the murder charges. Thank you.
Mr. Waters.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Clearly, this defendant has given statements on multiple occasions, and that operates as a waiver under Doyle. Additionally, my question was not so limited as Mr. Griffin says, and it was in fact the defendant who made a point of saying that he had repeatedly tried to talk and put that in issue, at which point this was directly responsive to what he brought up. Additionally, this was also, all that was discussed were public statements of his counsel, who was an agent on his behalf and attributable to him. So there's no Doyle violation here. If Mr. Murdaugh had claimed his right to silence from the beginning and had kept that throughout, then the state would be precluded from commenting on the exercise of his right to remain silent. But one thing we know about Mr. Murdaugh is he has not remained silent at any point during this process, and he's the one that brought up this false claim that he had been begging to tell the kennel story, when in fact he did not do so till yesterday.
Doyle primarily addresses the issue of post-arrest silence. If an accused is silent following an arrest, then it's improper to comment on the post-arrest silence. It does not allow an accused or a person who's suspected to give contradictory information or to voluntarily give a statement or to voluntarily give a misstatement, as has been acknowledged here. I do not find any Doyle violation, and the record is protected. I certainly understand the defense raising any and all possible issues, and they can be raised, and you've done it here. The record is protected, but all motions are denied. Let's bring the jury.
Jury is present, sir.
Very good. You may proceed.
May it please the court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Murdaugh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Get that mic up a little bit, please.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
When we left off, we were talking about at what point during that interview in the car with Dave Owen that you decided to start lying about the murders of your wife and son. I'm going to pick up this video real quick. Not going to play the whole thing, but we'll start from 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Just start the talk, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. And my boy over there, I could see it was. And I could see his brain on. And I ran over to Maggie. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, I called 911 pretty much right away. And she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John, and I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
There was some body things, yes, sir.
Like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, no, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
My mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover. She fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
Just to be clear, you say you hadn't made the conscious decision to start lying about your wife and son's murder right there, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay, well, let's continue on.
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you exactly when that decision occurred.
Okay. You can't describe to the jury the moment you decided to lie about your wife and son's murder.
I can't tell you exactly when that moment occurred.
I left the house and went.
You did say earlier that when David Owen asked you about your relationships, that was a trigger point, correct?
Well, that was certainly one of the things that contributed or made me paranoid.
Okay.
Now, there were already things that had gone on that occurred, as I said, that put me in that mindset.
Yeah.
But exactly when I decided to lie about that, I can't tell you.
So the thing you talked about, paranoia, the fact they'd taken GSR, and you talked about the advice of your law partners and Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander, and then you talked about your distrust of SLED somehow from the circumstances and demeanor of this interview right here, correct?
No, my distrust from SLED didn't arise from this interview. My distrust for SLED arose from a couple of things, and it's really several things. It arose from the way they had been involved in SLED had been involved in the investigation into Paul's criminal charges, and they had been involved in, there was an issue that had gone on with some rumors about Buster and Paul. They had been involved in that, where, Buster nor Paul had anything to do with what I'm talking about. And SLED never said that, even though they told their lawyer that, they never say that. And there had been another incident where SLED had charged Greg Alexander, my friend in this case. They charged him. And in fact, I thought the agent that was involved in that was David Owen, but the charges against Greg Alexander were they were so wrong that my dad and I made a conscious decision, even though he was a career prosecutor, made a decision to go to the courthouse and sit with Greg Alexander while his trial went on, because
It was 10 years ago, right?
it was a while back, you know? But
You don't know if Dave Owen was at SLED 10 years ago.
no, I checked on that, because that night, the officer who was involved in that case in bringing clearly manufactured charges against Greg Alexander.
You're saying the night before you sat down for this interview, you were asking somebody about whether or not something about Greg Alexander 10 years ago in the wake of what had occurred?
Oh, no, I didn't ask anybody.
Okay, so that wasn't what you were discussing when you were sitting in this car.
No, I wasn't discussing that. I'm just telling you that I thought David Owen was the same agent that was involved in that case. Now, I learned later, because I checked on it, I learned later that it was a different David, SLED agent, first name David with a different last name. I learned that later. I'm just saying that was all part of that process going on in my mind.
So you're saying that you're sitting here right now thinking that this Dave Owen and this circumstances and demeanor of this interview, you're thinking that guy had been involved in the prosecution or investigation of your friend 10 years ago.
I did.
Okay, so here's a new one you just mentioned to us, correct?
No, that's not a new one.
Okay.
That's part of.
I mean, the circumstances are new. I mean,
No,
that's fairly
no.
specific, don't you think?
Well, no, sir.
I mean, the story keeps evolving. Keep going.
No, you asked me about this, Mr. Owen. What I said is part of this whole, Mr. Waters, the whole part of this whole process involved my distrust for SLED. That was a big part of my distrust for SLED.
Yeah, we can all see it on your face in this interview, can't we?
I don't know.
But you said what you just said a little bit ago, that wasn't the lie. That wasn't the conscious decision yet. So let's keep going.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't believe that it was. I don't
Okay.
know exactly when I made the decision to lie about that.
All right.
All right.
Well, if you see it, let me know, okay? Go forward.
To my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
Okay.
So that was the moment right here, that line of questioning, just asking some very general questions about your relationship. You mentioned that before, didn't you, Mr. Murdaugh? Is that the moment right there? Is that the look on your face when you decide to lie about an important fact in your wife and son's murder?
I don't know. As I said, Mr. Waters, I don't know the exact point. that I made that decision.
Specifically earlier mentioned that very exchange as somehow triggering you to lie about the last time you saw them alive.
No, I'm not saying that that's what made me lie. I'm saying this whole set of circumstances caused me to be in a state where I had paranoid thoughts.
Okay.
That normally, Mr. Waters, I could take a deep breath and make go away in a second or 2 seconds or 3 seconds at the most. And on this night, I wasn't able to do that. But all of those things that I mentioned, I believe contributed to that.
Okay. Any more you want to add now, since you keep adding them?
I'd be glad to answer any question you have.
Well, I mean, I'm asking you. I mean, the factors have gone from yesterday to today, and now even after lunch, we got some new ones. So anything else you want to add right now as to factors?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe that I've added any new factors. I believe that's what I said yesterday.
All right.
I've explained some of those factors because of your questions, but I don't believe I've added any factors.
Okay. All right, let me move this forward just a little bit.
Okay, so most of this was stuff from between a couple of them, but not.
You talked about yesterday in great detail about the boat case, which you brought up on the 911 call and to Daniel Green, and then of course in this first interview, correct?
I did mention the boat wreck.
All right, and you described that. Do you remember what you said in this interview about the boat wreck?
Not specifically.
About specifically the other people involved in the boat wreck? You don't remember specifically? Do you remember specifically? I guess you said no.
I remember talking about the boat wreck, and I know that I talked about the boat wreck.
All right. Well, I'm going to play now from 1714.
Any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
What was the term you used for that? A small amount of yip yap?
Yeah, and just to be clear, Mr. Waters, there was never, ever a point in time where I thought that the people that were involved in the boat wreck did this to Paw and Maggie. Okay. I've never thought that.
All right. I never thought that, but it's literally one of the first things that you said out of the 911 call.
No, that's not what I said. I never, ever, ever under any point in time believed that those kids that were riding in that boat or their parents or their families, I didn't believe that any of the families, the people that were involved in the boat wreck had anything to do with hurting Maggie and Paul. Okay. But I can tell you that at that time, and as I sit here today, that I believe that boat wreck is the reason why Paw and Maggie were killed.
Okay.
And I'm certain, I believe that.
It was random vigilantes, the 5-2 vigilantes, huh?
No, what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that when Paul was charged criminally, there were so many leaks, half-truths, half-reports, half-statements, partial information, misrepresentations of Paul that ended up in the media all the time. And when I tell you the social media response that came from that was vile, the things that were said about what they would do to Paul, they were so over the top that nobody would believe anybody would get on social media and do that. But I believe then, and I believe today, that the wrong person The wrong person saw and read that.
Okay.
Because I can tell you for a fact that the person or people who did what I saw on June the 7th, they hated Paul Murdaugh and they had anger in their heart. And that is the only reason that somebody could be mad at Paul like that and hate him like that.
Gotcha. All right, so we've got now.
But that's why I did then believe it was the boat wreck, and I believe now that the boat wreck
all right, so
had something to do with it.
All right, so we've got random vigilantes because of the boat wreck.
Now, I don't know that they're random vigilantes.
Well, you just said it wasn't the family or the kid, or the kids or the family of the other kids in the boat, right? So you're saying it's somebody off of social media, and you don't have any evidence of that, do you? You just believe that. You're just telling that jury that as you try to explain the lie that you told for the first time yesterday. Isn't that right?
No, sir, that's not right.
It's not right. All right. Well, let me ask you a question then. So what you're telling this jury is that it's a random vigilante.
That's your
the 12-year-old, the 12-year-old 5'2" people that just happened to know that Paul and Maggie were both at Moselle on June 7th. That knew that they would be at the kennels alone on June the 7th, that knew that you would not be there, but only between the times of 8:49 and 9:02, that they show up without a weapon, assuming that they're going to find weapons and ammunition there, that they commit this crime during that short time window, and then they travel the same exact route that you do around the same time to Alameda. That's what you're trying to tell this jury?
You got a lot of factors in there, Mr. Waters, all of which I do not agree with, but some of which I do.
All right. You testified earlier that after this happened, well, let me back up just real quick. When you were driving to and from Alameda, why were you in such a hurry? Why are you rolling 70, 80 miles an hour down that dark, beat up road?
I wasn't in such a hurry.
You weren't?
No, sir.
All right. Show you what's been marked as States 573. See if you recognize this.
I do.
And tell the jury what that is.
It's Mag's car.
Right. What's it in front of?
The house at Moselle.
And what's between the house and the Mercedes?
The golf cart.
Is that where it was on June the 8th, your recollection?
No, sir.
Where was it left?
I mean, it was near there, but that's not exactly where it was. No, sir.
Okay, where was it?
Where we would normally park it would be a little bit closer to the sheds. I mean, a little bit closer to the house, to the bushes.
Okay. Your Honor, this,
when was that photograph taken?
well, do you recognize when it was taken?
No, I don't recognize. No,
You
sir.
wouldn't dispute that it was around the time in the aftermath of the murders, would you?
Aftermath being when?
I'm asking you.
A day, a week, an hour?
I wasn't there, Mr. Murdaugh. Do you recognize those?
I recognize the car, I recognize the house, and I recognize the golf cart. But that is not, that's not exactly how it would have been
All right.
that night.
Can you describe to me then where it would be different?
Well, it would be more in line with first things first is when we drove the golf cart, or when I drove it for sure, and I believe when the others drove it, you would come in and you would go across the little brick walkway that's in front of this. So if I would have come in and gone this way, or I would have come in and gone this way. This is not a place that any of my family would have normally parked. And so what I'm assuming is this obviously is taken at daytime. And what I'm assuming is it was taken when SLED came to the earliest it was taken was when SLED came to the house the next day, which I believe the testimony is in the afternoon. And at this point in time, that golf cart, I would assume, would have been moved several times, but that's
Right.
not how it was.
Well, where did you leave the golf cart when you got out of it around 8:49?
In the manner in which I just talked about.
Okay. Well, help me out again so I understand. You would have come around this way or that way, but where was it? Where would it end
It would have
up?
been, in this picture, it's facing to the right.
Oh, I got you.
The night that I drove it, I believe I parked it facing to the left.
I understand.
Would be customarily how I did it. And I believe I did it that way that night.
Okay. Well, that's all right.
And that is how I would have gotten into it.
All right. That's a very specific memory. Thank you. All right. At this
Well, that's
time, the
just how it
state would
normally
offer
is.
states 573 and evidence.
Admit it without objection.
Could I have the Alma very briefly?
And see, Mr. Waters, you can see in the picture now that you bring this up on the screen, if you look to the right, you can see the actual steps. And just to the left of that would be where the little brick patio starts. So where I would normally park it, you would roll across those bricks and the end of the golf cart would be just past those. And we all normally parked it that way because the way you charge this golf cart is if you see that back seat that's sitting, you can see the edge. This is a 3-seat golf cart and you can see the back seat. And a lot of golf carts have the charger, this sits on the floor or something. This golf cart has a charger that's plugged in and a part of the golf cart. So you flip that seat up and it plugs in. And the outlets are right up there by the door.
Okay. Anything else you want to say about that?
I'm going to answer any questions you have, Mr. Waters.
No. Well, I appreciate all that information in great detail. Jay, you did a comment.
Sustained.
All right.
It's just never parked that way by the family.
Now the computer back, please. That's up. Mr. Murdaugh, I'm going to put up the second interview. This would have been June the 10th. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I do want to go through a couple of things with you, okay?
Anything you want to go through, Mr. Waters?
I apologize, got ahead of myself. I want to do one last thing on the first one. For the record, I'm gonna start.
I forget the guy's name.
I'm gonna start it at 23:55. This is the first interview.
Amy Mae's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of him, and I can't. I want to say Gordine is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you in the office or?
No, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her.
There, when you repeated the lie that you decided?
Was that the moment that I
Was that the
decided
moment you
that?
decided to lie to mean old Dave Owen?
I don't know. As I told you, Mr. Waters, the exact moment that I decided to lie, but at that point in time.
But you did lie
obviously,
there, correct?
I did.
And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
All right, I'm gonna go to the second interview. It's been previously admitted. Let me ask you this before we start. You stated earlier during your direct testimony that after these crimes happened, you were around family, family was around you, your law partners were around you pretty much every minute after that, correct? Every waking minute. Didn't you say that yesterday?
Yes, they were for a long time.
All right. And this second interview was 3 days later, is that right?
That's correct.
And in no time with any of your close friends and law partners and family, do you confess the truth? Do you?
No, I did not.
Do you say, hey man, I think I messed up. What should I do about this?
No, I didn't.
You're not telling that lie to anyone, are you? Until yesterday.
Excuse me?
You're not telling that lie to anyone until yesterday, are you?
Not telling what lie? Saying I tried to tell somebody that I was lying?
All right.
Well, hang up.
So is it? And
All right, I'm going to move this to approximately 24:56.
went to go to the thing getting
Correction, I'm at 1228.
him, he doesn't like to go to doctors, making him go get his blood pressure checked. His feet had swollen up recently.
Wow.
So, that was, it was a big, huge deal.
Okay.
We hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the kennels?
I don't know exactly, but on normal occasions, she would drive a buggy, drive a four-wheeler, or very common for her to walk.
Okay. How about Paul?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But it could be anyway, okay. I don't know exactly. I wish I could help you with that.
So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming, Paul left because of,
Gotcha.
what happened. I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
I don't know exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down for the other
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got it.
So, I texted her. So I called her just before that. And she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Y'all will just have to look. I'm not sure if I called Paul.
Well, and that's why we're getting the phone so we can nail down the times and everything.
Pretty much all of that was lies, wasn't it?
The part about me not being at the kennel was a lie.
Well, also not knowing that Paul went down there, not being sure, that was a lie too, wasn't it? You're putting some detail on this thing, aren't you?
Not knowing when Paul left. Everything about me not going to the kennel was a lie.
And you're able to just do that so easily and so convincingly and so naturally, don't you?
That's not for me to judge.
That's true.
It's an odd story.
I'm going to get to where I'm going.
Right now.
So do y'all have any good clues?
So we're trying to put a rush on that to get an answer quick, and hoping that's going to tell us something.
By Evans, is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, the shot shells out there, the casings, the DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other places that we think somebody may have touched while they were out there. We're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that, which at the conclusion of this, what I'm going to also ask is that we get a buccal swab, the DNA swab from you.
No
Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to eliminate it once it's developed.
We don't need that unknown when it actually is a family member.
There's no problem.
We have talked to close to 100 people trying to track people down, and we're still tracking people down. And that's why, who Paul was with.
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Paul was really an incredibly intuitive little dude.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he was like a little detective. And
He was like a little detective. Is that what you said?
That's what I said. And he was very intuitive, like I said.
And that was what Marion described as Maggie's term for how he was and keeping tabs on your pill usage. Wasn't that correct?
That was what Maggie said about him.
For some reason, you decided to bring that up in this interview, didn't you?
I mean, that was a trait of Paul's personality. I mean, I think anybody who knew him would tell you how intuitive he was.
Got it. You shouldn't going through hours of videos of them.
All right. For the record, I'm at 4630.
Going uncollected.
Well, thank y'all.
Yeah.
Very much.
So,
Mr. Allen.
You don't have to call me Miss. You just call me Alec. Thank you for that courtesy.
When you and Paul got back in the house, Miss Maggie's there, and y'all eat supper, which has been prepared. And you said you laid down and took a little nap. And when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you were going to.
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
So I'm just trying to narrow that. The last time you saw Paul and Maggie when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your answer was yes, sir. Is that correct?
That's correct.
About to go to the August 2021 interview, but between that June 10th interview and the August interview, you were not working very much. Is that correct? If at all?
No, I definitely wasn't working very much. I think I was working a little bit, but no, not very much at all.
Did you go to Johnny Parker to borrow $250,000 in order to cover the Ferris fees?
I did.
You did?
I did.
Did you tell him what that was for?
No, I did not tell him what that was for.
Did you go to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 in order to help cover some of the Ferris fees that you had taken to send to Chris Wilson?
I did.
And did you get those fees before you signed any paperwork or documentation?
I've heard testimony about that in this case, but I can't tell you the specifics of that.
Okay. You don't recall that?
Do I recall when I signed paperwork? No, sir.
You don't recall that you got the money a month before you had to sign any paperwork?
No, sir, I don't recall that.
Call your phone being in the console, but
I'm not disputing that, but I don't recall it.
Did you go to your best friend, Chris Wilson, and convince him to cover $192,000, the remaining $190,000, in order for him to send that email to your law firm as if those fees had been there all along?
I spoke to Chris Wilson and did not have the full amount of the fees. And I got Chris Wilson to put the remaining fees in his trust account.
And when you did that, you didn't tell him the truth about your life. You just asked him to cover you,
No, I
correct?
didn't. I did not tell him.
And he agreed to do that because of his belief of who you really were, or who he thought you were.
He agreed to do that for whatever reasons. I assume that was a big part of it.
And once that $600,000 was transferred, Chris Wilson sent an email to you saying those fees had been there, were in his trust account, correct?
That is correct.
And then you forwarded that email to Lee Cope and Jeannie Seconder, correct?
I know I forwarded it to Jeannie, and I've heard that testimony about forwarding it to Lee Cope, so I believe that's correct.
Why'd you not get it all from PSB?
Because at that time, there were limitations on I could borrow because Mags was passed. And so I was limited.
Okay.
I couldn't get a loan against Moselle and had to get a loan against Palmetto State. I mean, it's, yeah.
Interview. Apparently having difficulties. And again, you repeat it over again.
I did.
And convey. No, I can see it there.
I agree with that.
Nobody yelled at you.
Nobody yelled at me. Nobody, none of these guys were ever discourteous to me. Like,
Nobody what?
I said, none of those guys were ever discourteous to me. You made a comment earlier that David Owens was mean or something about being mean, and he was never mean to me.
All right. But you decided to lie in part because you distrusted David Owen.
I distrusted SLED in general, and I particularly distrusted who I thought was David Owen at the time.
Okay.
Who turned out not to be David Owen.
So wait a minute, I want to be clear. You're saying now you thought that this was some David Owen that had something to do with Greg Alexander 10 years ago.
No, sir. And I'm not saying that now. I said that all along.
Uh-huh.
The person that I saw and watched in Greg Alexander's trial that was clear to me was just, it was terrible what they did to Greg Alexander. And the person at SLED who was responsible for that was a guy named David. All right, and I'm not even getting into his last name. I thought that David Owens that night was that guy. Later, down the road, and it was a while, I checked into that and I found out that I was mistaken, that it was not David Owen.
So when we went back and we spent a lot of time going through that first statement, you're telling me now that you were sitting there thinking that this was a completely different guy the whole time, and that was on your mind during that entire interview.
Yes, at the time,
Okay. All right.
I thought that David Owen, no, I didn't think David Owen was a different person. I thought that David Owens was the person that my dad and I had watched. Just, I mean, my dad and I truly thought the evidence was
Yeah, you said that part.
manufactured, and I thought it was David Owen, and I was wrong about that. But that's what I thought that night.
Any other factors or details you want to add about your decision?
I want to answer any question you have,
No,
Mr.
no, I mean,
Waters.
any more?
Do you have any more questions, sir?
No, I mean, any more about your decision to lie. I mean, I just want to, let's get it all out now. Okay.
If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
All right, well, I do. Tell me about the replacement blackout. You initially told law enforcement that you weren't sure whether or not there was one, correct? Correct?
Oh, no, sir, you're absolutely wrong about that.
What did you say then?
Shortly after this, it became being told that Paul's gun had been stolen. And the one you heard talk about being stolen from the thing. And I'm not sure how I learned this, but I learned that somebody, I believe SLED had gone to John Bedingfield, who made those guns, and could only find paperwork for 2 blackouts, one of which they were saying was stolen in 17. And that's what they were telling me. And I was certain and told them that I was certain that there was a third one.
But initially, in June 8th and June 10th, or June 10th, you were saying that you thought that y'all had replaced it, and then you kind of wavered and then eventually said you did replace it, correct?
I don't believe that's correct. No,
You don't
sir.
believe that's correct?
No, I don't believe that's
Did you
correct.
say to law enforcement that you thought that the third gun, the replacement blackout, had gone missing in Christmas of 2020?
It did go missing in Christmas of 2020.
So you're telling them that one also had been missing 6 months prior, correct? Answer my question first, and then you can explain. Did you all tell law enforcement that that gun had been missing since Christmas time?
I told law enforcement that when we looked for it at Christmas time, we could not find it.
Okay.
And that was accurate. We looked for it when we were trying to shoot hogs, when we had a group of people out there, and we could not find it.
Okay. But you now know that it was there as late as turkey season.
I know, sir. I know that Will Love and Paw had it right before turkey season, like Will Love testified to.
So it was around, actually.
It was around there at some point in time there, yes, sir.
So you're saying it got stolen a second time, or you just don't know?
No, I'm not.
The 12-year-old stole it a second time?
I never said a 12-year-old stole any gun, Mr.
Sorry, the
Waters.
5'2" people stole it a second time?
I don't know that it was stolen. I just know that when we looked for it at Christmas time, we couldn't find it. And I know this, I know that I hadn't seen that gun in a long time. I've heard the testimony that people who were at my house using guns and hunting with us all the time, Rogan, Buster, they didn't, I can't remember about Buster, but there were several people who didn't even know that gun had been replaced. So that tells me that that gun did not stay where our regular guns were. And I know that I didn't see it there. And that tells me that they didn't see it there.
Of course you didn't see it there because it's got to be missing, correct, Murdaugh?
Ask that
Yeah,
question
one more
again.
circumstance for your latest story to work is that it's got to be missing as well. It was when you told law enforcement it was missing at Christmas time. Now we've had testimony at this trial, and now you're still claiming that you never saw it. It must have been kept somewhere else. Where else would it have been kept?
It could have been kept anywhere, Mr. Waters, the way Paul did guns, the way guns were handled around there. I was terrible about that.
You're terrible about that.
I should have been stricter.
But you know that that third gun was fired right outside the gunroom door in turkey season of 2021, correct?
I know that now, based on what Will Lovin said.
And you know it was also fired across the street at y'all's shooting house around that same time, don't you?
No, sir, I don't know that, but I know that I would assume that it was fired at the shooting range, but I don't have any reason to believe it was done in close proximity to that time.
A few months go by, a couple months go by, and you get confronted about your thefts from the law firm, correct?
September of 21.
And unlike June the 7th, when Jeannie confronted you, this time they had unassailable evidence, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, they had.
No wiggling out of this one, correct?
I didn't try to wiggle out of this one.
Well, you've been wiggling before, though, right? You wiggled when you stole your brother's money twice, correct?
Well, I admit almost all of these things, Mr. Waters, but that's one of the things that I take dispute with,
Which one?
that I stole that money that you're referring to.
You're going to dispute that? Let's hear about that then. Tell me why you dispute cashing that check twice.
I don't dispute cashing that check twice.
But you're going to tell this jury that you accidentally didn't realize that you were supposed to be receiving some $125,000 check, or $120 however $1,000 check, 2 times. How many $120,000 checks do you receive?
I got that check, and this is several months after. I mean, you can look at my finances and you can see how I was doing. I didn't balance a checkbook. But the fact of the matter is, when I got that check, I asked about it. And I was told mistakenly that it was for me, that I had participated in that year-end thing, which I did sometimes, not often, but sometimes. Apparently, a new check got cashed. I cashed that check. Then a year later,
Yeah, where did you keep that one for a year?
I don't know where it was. It was obviously in my desk. But Mr. Waters,
So you found it in your desk?
no, I didn't find it.
Well, you said it was obviously in your desk. So you remember that? You remember finding it in your desk?
No, I remember when we.
Did you go to finance and say, I just found this year-old check? Is this right?
No,
No, you took it to the bank, didn't you?
no, sir, I didn't.
Not allowing Mr. Murdaugh to answer the question.
So when this came up, when this came up, that check got cashed. There's no way that I can have a check in our firm that the way it is, and I cash a check. That's cash and check. There's no question. happened is, we rent check and little checks. I'd have checks and they pile up, the small checks. That check got mixed in and it got sent to the bank and it got deposited.
Keep going.
And that was a year after.
Okay.
But I do dispute that I stole that money. That money.
All right. Well, I mean, you brought it up. So any of the other money you dispute stealing?
No, sir, you brought it up. I was just telling you that that was the one I disputed.
All right. And you heard Ronnie Crosby and Murdaugh testify about that, correct?
I heard Ronnie and Mark testify about what they thought about it. Yes, sir.
All right. You testified yesterday about the side of the road,
Yeah, yes, sir.
and then you heard the testimony during the state's direct case about what you said on the 911 call. You heard that, didn't you?
I did hear that.
You heard the 911 call where you said you've been attacked by an unknown assailant and described him,
I did.
and you saw the video from the ambulance where you said you'd been attacked by an unknown assailant and described him.
I did.
And you heard the testimony from Ryan Kelly where you in detail and described this attack from an unknown assailant.
I did.
And you heard the testimony about your interview on September 6th with law enforcement, in which you went into great detail and again described this unknown assailant.
I did.
And you heard the testimony, and in fact, the image was put in about how you sat down with a sled sketch artist and spent a period of time with her going forward and creating an image of the supposed assailant.
I did sit down with her. I was in the hospital and they came in, sat down with me, asked me a bunch of questions. I answered their questions, and
Yes, you did. You
it
sat
came
there,
to it came up with a composite. Yes, sir.
sat there and answered their questions just as effortlessly and convincingly as you've been trying to do for the past 2 days. Isn't that correct?
No, sir, that's not true. In that hospital, I mean, I couldn't still standing up. I was walking around. I was using the bathroom with the lady sitting right there. I was 2 days into not taking, 3 days into not taking pills like I had been. So no, it wasn't effortlessly. But I mean, I told him what I told him. I don't dispute that I lied.
It was all lies, though, is the point, correct?
It was.
I mean, you're saying withdrawals, but you still were able to pull off lies in great detail.
I
Correct?
lied to them.
And the lie that you told of an unknown assailant was to try to make people think that the quote real bad guys were back again to finish the job. Isn't that true?
No, sir, that's not true.
That's not the effect that you intended that story to have? Did it have that effect on people that you knew? Isn't that the exact effect that it had?
I don't think there's many people that believe that. No, sir. I know the people that were, the people that were closest to me didn't believe that. So, no,
When
sir.
accountability is at your door, Mr. Murdaugh, bad things happen. Isn't that true?
When accountability is
After
at my
your life-
doorstep,
Go ahead.
bad things happen. What do you mean by bad things?
June 7th happened. September 4th happened.
I don't believe that June the 7th happened because accountability issues were at my doorstep. Now, I do believe in September that I tried to get a man to help me kill myself because issues were at my doorstep.
Every time, or I'm sorry, for the first time in your life of privilege and prominence and wealth, when you were facing accountability, each time suddenly you became a victim and everyone ran to your aid. Isn't that true?
I disagree with that, but I mean, what you're
Shame for you is an extraordinary provocation. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdaugh?
Hang on, let me just finish this. You seem to be implying 2 dates, June the 7th and September, and talking about accountability issues. And I mean, to me, those two things are totally different. There were no accountability issues on my doorstep on June the 7th.
That's what you say.
And in September,
not what other people say.
I was trying to, well, no, I mean, been a lot of people, well, in September, that wasn't designed to gain me sympathy. That was designed for me not to be here because I didn't want my son to have to deal with the wake of the things that I had done.
But that's not the story you told. The story that came out of your mouth right away was the story of you getting attacked by some unknown assailant while you were trying to change a tire and run flats. Well, that's the story that you told.
That is the story I told, but that's because the man who shot me did not shoot me that day as I intended. And I had to have a story as to how I got shot, so I lied.
So you lied. And you're saying that people in your family and your friends didn't instantly believe that whoever these 12-year-old marauders were back to finish the job.
You keep using
and
the
it
term
happened just
12
2
years
hours
old.
after you'd been confronted by Chris Wilson.
I think probably some people may have thought that when it first happened, but I think like Randy, Ronnie, Mark, those guys, I think they knew very quickly that this was not, I think they knew this was something that I'd done.
Shame for you, I asked this before, but shame for you is an extraordinary provocation, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Shame for me is an extraordinary provocation. I don't like to be shamed.
The prospect of humiliating the legacy is an extraordinary provocation to you, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
What do you mean by an extraordinary provocation?
It affects you deeply. It's your biggest concern, is it not?
No, that's not my biggest concern.
You're a middle-aged man like me.
I'm 54 years old. I'm not sure. You look like you're in better shape than me, so I don't know.
I was actually a couple of years behind you in law school. We mentioned it.
I never knew you, no, sir.
Had a very successful career up until this point.
You know,
simple question.
And the answer to that is no, Mr. Waters. I was an addict for more than 20 years.
All right, so making millions of dollars over a decade is not having a successful career. Is that what you're going to tell the jury?
No, that's not it.
Well, let me put it like, all right, go.
You know, it may have been what you perceive as a successful career, but, you know, I was the one who was fighting that. You don't have a very high self-esteem when you're an addict. So I don't deem myself a success.
Would you agree that at least outwardly you were perceived as successful?
I made a bunch of money, if that's what you're wanting to get at.
No, I'm actually asking about the perception. You were perceived as a prominent,
I tried to
powerful
be.
lawyer.
How I was
You
perceived,
were president
I
of
don't
the
know.
trial lawyers.
I sure tried to be.
You lived a life of possessing authority.
Possessing authority?
Yeah, we saw the badges. You just admitted of your prominence in the legal community.
I don't think that I lived a life of possessing authority. I never saw myself as that way.
You don't think you lived a life of privilege?
I think I was very privileged.
And as we move to June of 2021, you were suffering from a drug addiction.
Absolutely.
Your father was terminally ill.
When?
As we move to June of 2021.
No, sir.
He was very ill.
He was very ill.
And you were coming to a point of financial crisis.
I was having financial issues I'd had many times in the past.
Mr. Murdaugh, are you a family annihilator?
A family annihilator? You mean like, did I shoot my wife and my son?
Yes.
No. Would never hurt Maggie Murdaugh. I would never hurt Paul Murdaugh under any circumstances.
Say that.
Excuse me?
You say that, but you lied to Maggie, didn't you?
I did lie to Maggie.
You lied to Paul.
Sometimes.
You lied to your father.
I'm sure I did at some point.
Did you tell him all the stuff you'd been up to over the years before he died?
No, I didn't tell him.
Did you lie to your brothers?
About financial things?
Yes.
I would have lied to Randy at some point, I'm sure.
Did you lie to him about the last time you saw your wife and son alive?
I did.
Did you lie to their wives?
I'm sure I did.
Did you lie to Marion Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to Bart Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to the Brandstetters?
Yes.
Did you lie to your best friend, Chris Wilson?
Probably.
Did you lie to your other friend, Barrett Bulware, when you took his money?
No, sir.
No.
I didn't lie like I told you. I didn't lie directly to him. I lied to him by omission, like we talked about. I mean, I didn't talk to him. I didn't see him at that time.
Did you lie to your law partners?
I did.
Did you lie to them about the kennels?
Some of them.
Did you lie to Mark Ball?
Yeah, I believe, based on what Mark said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Ronnie Crosby?
According to what he said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Johnny Parker?
I don't believe I ever discussed that with Johnny.
Did you lie to him about the finances when you borrowed that money in July of 2021?
I don't know if I lied to him about. I don't think Johnny asked me. I don't think I had to lie to Johnny about that. So I don't know.
Did you lie? Well, you certainly didn't disclose to him the truth when you borrowed that $250,000, did you?
I did not tell him what I was going to use it for.
I mean, didn't we say before that not telling the whole truth is the same as telling a lie?
Sure it is.
You don't think that's a lie, though?
I'm just saying, Mr. Waters, I'm not taking issue with that, but I don't even know that Johnny and I mean, Johnny had loaned me money numerous times. It wasn't any long sit-down discussion where Johnny wanted to know exactly what I was doing with it. That conversation would have been, I needed it. Johnny was always willing to help me, and that would have been the conversation. So on that specific event, did I lie to him? I don't know.
Yeah, he ended up being out $477,000, didn't he?
He ended up being out a lot of money.
And thank you for your qualifications as to that. Did you lie to Lee Cope?
I don't know. I don't know if Lee Cope was around when I said that or not.
Did you lie to Danny Henderson?
I did lie to Danny.
Did you lie to Jeannie Seconder?
About finances? Yes, I did.
You didn't ever talk to her about the kennels?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Did you lie to Annette Griswold?
I did.
Did you lie to Christy Gerald, your other secretary or paralegal?
I don't believe she and I discussed. I would have at some point, I'm sure.
Did you lie to Michael Gunn?
I'm sure I did at some point, but I mean, Michael wasn't involved in any of this, so I don't know that any of this ever came up with Michael.
Did you lie to your clients? Did you lie to Pamela Pinckney?
I did.
Natasha Thomas?
I don't know that I dealt with Natasha, but I certainly lied about that.
Hakeem Pinckney?
Again, I don't know that I talked to Hakeem, but I certainly lied about that.
Arthur Badger?
I did.
The Plyler girls?
I'm not sure that I talked specifically to them, but I lied about that.
Dion Martin?
I lied to Dion.
Johnny Bush?
Yes.
Manuel Cristiani?
I didn't have any conversations with him, but I certainly lied about it.
Jamie Risher?
Yes.
Randy Drawdy?
Yes.
Jordan Jinks?
Yes.
Mary Duncan?
Yes.
Adriana Hay?
Yes.
Angel Gary?
Yes.
Christopher Anderson?
Yes.
Elise Mallory?
Yes.
Thomas Moore?
No.
You never lied to him? You just took his money. You never had to actually lie to his face, is what you're saying?
He and I never had a conversation, but I did take that. I did take that money.
Did you lie to Tony Satterfield just a couple of months before June 7th? We saw the text. You want me to get it out?
Just remind me. There's been a lot. Just remind me what it was.
I'll show you what's been marked as 463.
And I don't remember the exact date. So
that was in April of 2021. Is that right? Where you text him and tell him how hard you're working on the case, when in fact you had stolen millions of dollars from him? Tony Satterfield, who got up on the stand and told the jury about that?
I texted him on April 12th, so 5 weeks before June 7th.
Told him everything was okay. You're working hard, right? It's a complex case.
Yeah, I told him I was working on the case.
He was the son of your longtime housekeeper, Gloria.
I'm sorry?
He was the son of your longtime housekeeper, Gloria, who had served your family for many years.
That's correct.
And you stole millions from those boys.
I stole those funds.
And he and his family had started asking questions as we moved to June 7th. Didn't that happen?
No, I mean, there wasn't any rise in them asking questions. No, sir. I mean, he periodically checked in and asked me questions, but, you know, it had come out, this, I believe in the Island packet, that there had been a settlement of $500,000. But months and months, if I'm not mistaken. And so I didn't know uptick lead there with Tony asking questions before June the 7th.
So you just gratuitously out of the blue decided to lie to him and send that text? Well, there are things going on to head him off in the past before further questions started to be asked about money you couldn't pay back at that point in time.
Nah, I don't think there was anything. I mean, on April 21st, I don't know what external factors you're talking about.
Do you want to explain that one anymore?
Explain what?
Whatever you want.
I just want to answer your questions, Mr. Waters.
Lied to everyone about the side of the road, that people that came to stop to help and the ambulance folks and the 911 and Ryan Kelly and the composite sketch artist and all of them, correct?
I lied to a lot of people about that.
You know why people lie, Mr. Murdaugh? Because they know they've done something wrong.
For the most time, I do.
And you've been able to lie quickly and easily and convincingly if you think it'll save your skin for well over a decade. Isn't that true?
I have lied well over a decade.
And you want this jury to believe a story manufactured to fit the evidence that you brought forth just yesterday after hearing this trial's worth of testimony.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Mr. Murdaugh, we went through this for a while, but you remember at the beginning of your testimony, I asked you whether or not you agreed that trying to explain your presence on the kennel video was the most important part of your testimony before this jury. You remember that? And you said, oh, not the most important. I said, was it at least important? You recall that from yesterday?
Yeah, I recall you asking those questions, yes, sir.
And you agree it's important, don't you?
I agree that is an important component. But I think there's a lot of important components.
And you testified yesterday and during cross yesterday and cross today. It's kind of evolved on the fact of the factors that led you to decide to lie at some point during that interview with David Owen, correct?
I disagree with that. I don't think those factors have evolved. I mean, you've asked some more specific questions, but those factors are still the same factors. You may have asked questions and gained a little more detail, but those factors haven't changed.
But it was the dope paranoia. It was the fact that the deputy took your GSR. It was the fact that your law partners and Greg Alexander and the sheriff were telling you needed to have a lawyer before you talked to police. It was the factor that you got in the car with Dave Owen and thought he was somebody else from some case 10 years ago, correct?
That believing David Owens was the person involved in the case that I talked about was one of the factors that caused me to distrust SLED.
All right. And then also you said that they started
general.
asking you about, in that first interview, about your relationship with Maggie and Paula. And that's one thing you mentioned as well,
And
correct?
that was certainly something that contributed to me having paranoid thinking.
seal, please. Are we good? For the record, I'm playing the Daniel Green body cam video, 2026.
They are dead on that.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks
Where are you now? All right. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now. That's my brother.
Okay. When was the last time you were here with them, or talked to them, or anything like that?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
That was Sergeant Green, correct?
Yeah, that was Sergeant Green.
And at that point in time, SLED was not there. No one had gotten GSR from you. Your law partners or Sheriff Hill were not there.
That's correct.
No one had asked you about your relationships. David Owen was not there.
That's correct.
But you still told the same lie. And all those reasons that you just gave this jury about the most important part of your testimony was a lie too. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdaugh?
I disagree with that.
Nothing further.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, so we're going to have the redirect after the break. I thought they would try to drag it out for another hour to make sure that there was no attempt at curing the problem.
You may step down. Please do not discuss the case. We'll take 15 minutes.
All rise.
But in South Carolina, we do have recross. So,
question to you. I want to get your take on what we have just seen in this last hour, Sonny, with Alec Murdaugh being cross-examined. What are your big takeaways?
Alex Murdaugh is a liar. He lies easily, quickly. There's no excuse for it. He's always covering up something behind something else. He's a master manipulator. And while I'm still not sure that he pulled the trigger, I do believe that he is heavily involved in the murder of his wife and son.
And Sonny, what do you expect, or what do you think we're going to see with the redirect from the defense?
I think the redirect is going to try to close up holes to say, yes, he is a liar. Yes, he did commit these financial crimes, but that the prosecution still has not completely tied the knot with the financial crimes and an actual murder. So you can be a criminal and a liar, but not necessarily a murderer. I think that's where they're going to go with all of this.
Great. Sonny, thank you for joining us. Gabriel's staying with me. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, more of Alec Murdaugh on the stand. So stay tuned here at Law and Crime.
I just don't see how, with the amount of lies that he tells, that they can believe anything he says. It's just kind of mind-boggling. Oh, let's see. Do we have anything in the things? Let's see. Looks like JJ was found in the woods. Let's see. I hadn't really got a chance to get into that case, and it's already resolved. That's fine. We like it that way. Let's see. Any other new things which have cropped up since the last break? I like how HD Tutors using the candle and the South Park animation of Meghan Markle. That's pretty funny. Okay, we're scrolling down to see if we see any news clips. Okay, let me pull up my Alex Murdaugh playlist. Let's see. Trying to find the psychologist one. Let's see. Chronic liars, it rolls off their tongues automatically, definitely. Yes. A veteran Marine. Excellent. I'm going to have to go watch Michelle's videos on that. Okay, let's see if I can find this. Nope, that's not it. I don't think it's on my playlist. Let's see. What was hidden crime? Okay. This is a long video, so I might need to cue it up to where the guy starts talking. Let me pull it up and put it on 1.2.5.
Try for free. Hello, everyone. Happy Friday. It is time for our Friday night Hidden Hour, which is a live streaming of our podcast, Hidden, a True Crime Podcast. For those new to Hidden Hour, because I do believe that we'll have some people new tonight with us, I am a journalist. My name is Laura Mathias. I was a television reporter for 10 years. And Dr. John Mathias is a forensic psychologist who also happens to be...
Okay, welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm your host, Imran Ansari, and we
Not
have
very
been
long.
watching riveting testimony from Alec Murdaugh, who, of course, took the stand in his own defense starting yesterday, testifying, and cross-examination roughly going about 6 hours today, and the prosecution just commenced or just ceased their cross-examination, I should say. and we expect most likely some redirect. And this gives me a great opportunity as we wait for that break between cross-examination and redirect to bring in my guest and chat about what we just saw and what we saw today. So joining me in the studio here in New York City is Gabriel Sepulveda Sanchez. He is a trial attorney out of Los Angeles. And also now joining me for this hour is Bob Mata. He is a criminal defense attorney in Chicago and also has a great podcast that you should check out called The Defense Diaries. Thank you for joining me, gentlemen. And Gabriel, I'm going to start with you. We have been seeing this cross-examination go through the course of this day. Within the last hour that you and I have been watching, at least in the studio here, what are some of your big takeaways from what we saw with the prosecution ending their roughly 6 hours of cross-examination of Alec Murdaugh?
I mean, it's obvious that the defendant is not credible. I think it was a little overkill with that. And yeah, we all know he's a liar. We all know that. But the question is he lying about killing his wife and son? And I thought the DA talked a little bit too much. He's a little bit too theatrical. And I think that the best trial lawyers I know, you just make your points and you let the defendant hang himself and you don't talk that much. He kind of, the focus was on the DA too much instead of the defendant. And I always think that's a bad idea. I think there's still some issues with the prosecution's case. What's the motive? Yeah, we know he's a liar. We know that. He's made that very clear they could have shaved off 2 hours of cross-examination. They didn't need to do all that. They think it was overkill on that issue. We know he's not credible, but what's the motive? Just because you're a liar doesn't mean you would kill your own wife and son. So yeah. I think they're weak on motive, right? And I think they better figure out, they need to hammer that home a little bit. And just because he's a liar doesn't mean he killed his wife and son. I think there's some, and I think that he's got a good defense lawyer, and they can create some doubt. But the fact that he is a liar is not helping his case either. So, my opinion, it can go either way right now, the way I see it.
Yeah, no, Gabriel, I think there's some real credibility issues, and the prosecution was able to show that through cross-examination. Bob, I want to go to you. You're a criminal defense attorney. And of course, Dick Harpootlian and the defense team most likely had that very tough decision. And they were probably behind closed doors speaking with Alec Murdaugh and making that tough decision. Do we put him on the stand? And of course, we've now seen hours of testimony, both on direct and cross-examination from Alec Murdaugh. Just explain to our viewers, based on your experience, how do you get to that decision? Of course, a case is a case-by-case basis, but how do you get to that decision with your client as a criminal defense attorney of whether they're going to testify in their own defense?
Well, first and foremost, I mean, what I want the viewers to understand completely, that is completely the defendant's choice. The defense attorneys can scream and yell, no, don't do it, don't do it. At the end of the day, it is only one person's decision, and that's the defendant. So, of course, there were massive amounts of conversation that went on with respect to whether or not he was going to testify. And I'm sure both Jim and Dick gave what their opinion as to whether or not he should testify. But at the end of the day, if Murdaugh was dead set on testifying, they couldn't have stopped him anyway. So I think at that point, once they became aware that that was his intent, all you have to do is game it and try to figure out the most effective way to get him through it without him just getting slaughtered up there by the prosecution. Now, that's going to bring me to my next point. I've been watching 6 hours of Creighton Waters basically doing a direct examination. That there is very little cross-examination going on. When you're allowing the defendant to basically run the entire examination by giving 10-minute narratives, that is not how a cross is supposed to be. It's supposed to be with leading questions where you're basically just allowing them to say yes or no. That is very rarely happening in this cross. I've been stunned by it, and I've been tweeting about it for 2 days. It has not been an effective cross-examination in my estimation.
Yeah, and Bob, that your next point was actually going to be my next question. I was going to make that note because when you are cross-examining a witness like this, especially as a prosecutor in this case, or a case like this, you're not going to allow those narratives to go out there. You're not going to allow the defendant to necessarily explain and control the narrative on a cross-examination. That's your point, to go in, score points on those leading questions, and really knock out whatever was established, if at all, on direct. And now it's your opportunity to really go at the criminal defendant when they typically enjoy the Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. So I agree with you with that. But do you think, Bob, that there may be a strategy here from the prosecution, from Cretin Waters, that allowing Alec Murdaugh to sort of go on these narratives may be playing in the prosecution's favor because he's not credible?
I mean, maybe, but now it's over. I mean, there's going to be a redirect, and theoretically there could be a recross, but at this point, he survived it, in my estimation. I mean, look, we all know the guy's a liar. He's a self-admitted liar. He's a self-admitted thief. I mean, he laid on that sword. That's done. So at this point, we still need to try to figure out, is the guy a murderer? Because that's what this case is about. I mean, we're talking, the entirety of yesterday's cross-examination was all about the financials. And I keep going back to this point. These jurors do not have notebooks. And if you don't understand the significance of that in terms of serving on a jury, we are now going into what, the 26th, 27th day of trial. There's been countless witnesses, and there's been a ton of information, including massive amounts of timelines and just cell phone data, GPS data. These jurors have not had the ability to write one thing down. And then when you just collapse that on top of the fact that you have a broken up narrative with the state's case in chief, you know, where it's like, is this a murder case or is this a financial crimes case? I don't know, man. I'm coming hardcore on a hung jury with this one. All you need is one, and there's bound to be one person that either believes Murdaugh or just didn't understand the state's case.
Yeah, there's Bob Matas calling it as a possible hung jury. Of course, we're going to wait and see, and we're all waiting to see what's going to happen next. And what is happening next, Gabriel, is that there's going to be redirect. And we've talked about the cross-examination, whether it was successful, whether they really, as the prosecution, scored some points here. What do you expect to see after hearing and seeing that cross from the defense team on redirect?
We all know he's a liar. He's admitted to it. The defense lawyers are not disputing that either, I'm sure. But just going in and saying, hey, did you kill your wife and son? And you just really, because this is what this case is about. It's not about whether you're a liar or not. There's a lot of liars out there in the world, a lot of liars that are husbands, and it's about whether he killed his son and wife. And he's going to go on direct and put that issue out there and let the defendant testify about whether he did or not. And really, it's just about what the jury is going to believe. And I didn't like that cross-examination at all. I thought, like, I agree with everyone here. You know, your point of cross-examination, leading questions, get your concessions in. Yes or no? Yes or no? And let the jury make the decision. And I thought the DA was very theatrical, and he was doing a lot of talking. And I always think that you got to remember, as a trial attorney, it's not about you. It's about your clients. And it's about the state's case, or it's about the defendant's case. So I thought it was too focused on him. And I think I don't think it was a very good cross at all. And I think I'm leaning towards the defense in this case. I think the defense lawyer is going to get a good redirect, and he's going to put it out there. Did you kill your wife or son? This is what it's about. No. And to be honest, in my opinion, just looking at him as a lay witness, he looks, he's a liar. He's the most likable guy. No, but he comes off. This might be a part of his personality or whatever, but he doesn't come off as a bad witness. And I'm surprised that he didn't get destroyed on cross-examination. And he doesn't come off that bad as a witness, in my opinion. He's a liar, but he's doing all right. He's holding up on cross.
Yeah. And Bob, so you made a great point here that these jurors do not have notebooks. And we are now weeks into this trial, a lot of evidence before this jury, a lot of testimony before this jury. I just want to fast forward a little. I know we're waiting for the redirect here and possibly recross based on that redirect. But how are you now organizing yourself as a defense attorney in this case with this amount of evidence for summations? You know, how are you going to bring it to the jury? And I said defense attorney, I should say, whether you're a prosecutor in this case or on the defense team, how are you organizing that evidence and getting it sort of in a package for this jury as you make your arguments? What would you do?
In terms of the prosecution, they really have to try to tie it together. You know, you've got this motive that seems far afoot. You know, I didn't love it when I first heard it, and I was hoping that they would be able to tie it in a little more closely. I mean, I see somewhat of a nexus. I see where they came up with it, but am I buying it? Not necessarily, you know, but it's not about me. The question is, are those 12 jurors and the alternates buying it? And, you know, when you've got a motive like that, and let's be clear, you know, you don't have to prove motive. It's like to know about a motive.
You may bring the jury.
So jury is present.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Murdaugh, we spent a long time yesterday and a fair amount of time today talking about financial misdeeds.
Yes, sir.
Have you been criminally charged for those financial crimes?
I have been.
You have pending charges against.
I do.
You were asked specifically about $792,000 in Ferris fees that you diverted from the law firm. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you were asked about an accounting or where that money went, and it went out pretty quickly, roughly.
Yes, sir.
And you recall testimony that over $500,000 went to Curtis Eddie Smith.
I do.
And what would that have been for?
That would have all been for pills.
For opioids?
Yes, sir. Specifically, all I was taking at that time was oxycodone and OxyContin.
And you were an addict, were you not?
I am an addict.
You are an addict. And did you repeatedly lie to those you love to cover up your addiction?
I did.
And were you concerned that you would be exposed if you didn't continue to lie about your conduct?
I did.
There's some specific things you were asked about, which I'd like to go over. One thing you had referred to a text message that you'd seen later on between Maggie and Blanca. Do you recall that?
I did.
And it's in the evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 54. And Doug, if you could pull that up, please, sir. And if you could highlight the Blanca text. Is this the text message you were referring to?
It is.
And and I'll just read it. It says, TY, thank you. It says, TY, I'm waiting at Dr. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave door open at Edisto's, but trust Mexicans to shut a lot for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it pneumonia. And then she has some faces. Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Alex needs to take care of himself as well. Is that the text message you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
And did Blanca share this message with you after Maggie was murdered?
Blanca ultimately she shared that with me. She first told me that, Maggie was worried about me, how much she loved me, and that she was worried about me, and had texted her.
Okay. Now you were asked, you can take it down, Doug. You were asked questions about conversations around the dinner table on the 7th about, well, didn't eat at the table, but around while you were eating dinner about Paul's health. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Alec, I'm going to show you two exhibits, Defendants 179 and 180, and ask if you can identify these two.
I can.
And what are they?
It's text from let's see, it's a text from Paul to me on May the 30th.
And then and what's 180? Exhibit 180 behind it.
That's a picture of Paul's feet.
Your Honor, would move Defendants Exhibits 179, 180 into evidence at this time without objection, I believe.
Without objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Pull up. Do you have 179 or we've got to? Let me put it on the Elmo. Okay. Alec, do this text message refer to Paul's feet swelling?
They do.
So if you'll do, you can pull it up. Like, go up a little more so we can read it. And it says, from Paul, and that phone number, is that your phone number?
That is. It's my phone number, 1227. My feet swole up. It has something to do with my blood pressure. Get me an appointment as soon as it's convenient.
And what's the date of this?
May the 30th.
2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And if Doug, if you'll show the picture, I believe this is a blow up of the picture that's in this Exhibit 180. Can you pull out? Is that a picture of that Paul had sent you of his feet swelling up?
It is.
Is this what y'all discussed, when you're eating dinner?
Yes.
Okay.
Along with many other times.
You'd also, you were asked questions about your dad's condition and whether he was terminal or not. Do you remember that?
I do remember questions about him.
Okay, and gosh, Doug, I think it's the extended timeline. Is it State's 530, is that the right number?
State's 520.
State's 520, if you'll pull it up, please. It's already in the evidence. And if you'll go to page 14. And if you'll blow up the entry at 142.54 at the bottom of the page. Is this a text that you and we'll, do you recall this is the text that you and other family members received about your father's condition?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it says, Daddy was just seen by the pulmonologist in Savannah. His opinion is dramatically different from the other doctors. He thinks Daddy has pneumonia and needs to be hospitalized to be treated for pneumonia. He thinks there could be an obstruction, but is more confident that it is all or mostly pneumonia. Daddy is being admitted to Candler St. Joseph Hospital now. He will have a study done to see whether or not there is an obstruction, and his treatment will be tailored accordingly. Right now, his pulmonologist does not. Go to the next page. Does not believe that he'll be getting radiation treatment, and in fact, the pulmonologist says that the palliative radiation treatment to try to open the airway is a Hail Mary. In his opinion, will most likely not work. Then it goes on to say, if he is right, and this is pneumonia, is much more treatable and can certainly give the immunotherapy a chance to work. Is that what you're referring to? That's the text I was talking about that came when talking to Jeannie Seckinger. Okay. And and this wasn't a terminal diagnosis on the 7th, was it? Not on the 7th. That was actually a little bit of positive news. Okay. That was short-lived, but it was positive at the time. You can take that down for now, Doug. But stay on that exhibit. Now, you were asking, if you'll go to page 46, please, the same exhibit, 520. Page 46. And if you'll highlight and blow out the 90218, Alec Murdaugh's iPhone shows. Now, Alec, do you remember being asked about these steps, 283 steps traveled during this period of time? I do. And I think you testified your belief was you're just getting ready to leave to go to your mom's house. Is that right? That's correct. I mean, that would have been the time I was right before I left to go there. And you were, looks like you had made some phone calls during this period of time, correct? Yes, the record show. Alec, did you have Maggie's phone with you at any time between 9:02 and 9:06? I didn't have Maggie's phone with me anytime that night. And Doug, if you'll go to page 45, please. If you go to the entry at 8:53:15 to 8:55:32. What am I missing? Can you go, you're missing it. Go up one more entry, please. The one that records steps, please. And then take it all the way to the bottom, Doug. Thank you. This is in evidence. And this is Agent Rudowski's timeline. And it says Maggie Murdaugh's phone, iPhone shows 59 steps traveled between 8:53:15 and 8:55:32. Were you walking with Maggie Murdaugh's phone during that period of time?
I wasn't walking with Maggie's phone anytime that night.
And if you'll look at Agent Rudowski's entries, is there entry of her phone showing steps during any time between 9:02 and 9:06? Do you see any on this page from 8:53 to 8:55?
No, sir.
If you'll turn the next page, page 46. Going down to your steps. Is there any recording of phone steps, phone recording steps, according to the data we now have for Maggie's phone at any point in time up to 9:02?
No, sir.
And had you repeatedly asked SLED to get the data from the OnStar, from the cell phones, to evaluate whether your phone and Maggie's phone were ever moving at the same time? You made that multiple requests.
I repeatedly asked David Owens about that information.
And when you asked that question, were you aware that Maggie's phone had been located, down the road, half a mile or more? Is that right?
Yeah, I knew where her phone had been located.
And why was it important to you to get that information?
Because I knew that whoever had done this to them had Maggie's phone. And I knew that my phone and Maggie's phone and my car were never together. At any point in time.
Sure. Now, you have given inaccurate times in many statements to law enforcement in this case, have you not?
I did.
And we reviewed some of those in your direct examination. One was Paul getting to Moselle around 5 p.m. Do you remember that?
I do.
Were you lying to Agent Owens or anybody when you said Paul got there at 5 p.m.?
No, I wasn't lying to him. I thought that at the time.
And when you...
most of the times or a lot of the times when I gave times, I qualified them and say, but, you can look at this. I pointed them to my office, to the call log, to the key card like we talked about, or my phone, or my OnStar.
And when you told the agents that you thought you got to the office 8:30, 9 o'clock on that morning of June 7th, well, you were wrong, right?
I was wrong.
Were you lying?
No, I wasn't lying.
Okay. And when Deputy Green drove up and you had the first encounter with him, I believe you told him that you had been gone to your mom's house for an hour and a half. Is that right? We just heard it.
The last one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hour and a half. I think that is what I told him.
Hour and a half. And that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was 45 minutes before that.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And when you spoke to Agent Green, Deputy Green, it was about, I think the records show they didn't arrive on the scene until 10:22 or something like that. Is that right?
That sounds right. I think that's what the records show. That sounds right.
And that were you lying to Deputy Green when you told him what time, how long you thought you'd been at your mother's and the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
No, sir. I wasn't lying to him.
Were you trying to mislead him in any way?
No, sir, not when Mr. Green got there.
Now, you've admitted the first few questions that I asked you yesterday and multiple times today that you lied to Agent Owen and Deputy Rutland and Agent Owen and Agent Croft, and on a couple occasions about your whereabouts following dinner, correct?
I did lie to them, as we discussed
And
repeatedly.
And you've explained that it was just addiction, opioid-induced paranoia you just couldn't shake. Is that right?
That's right. You know, like I said, there's certain things, anything that make you paranoid, but I could get over it really quickly. But that night, I didn't.
And you had a bag of pills in your pocket, did you not?
I did.
And when you got down to the kennels, we're not going to repeat all that, but I mean, did you ever see anybody down there, anybody else?
No, there was nobody. There wasn't anybody down there when I was there.
And did you believe that the information, whether you were there or not there, would advance their investigation in any way?
No, I didn't. I didn't think that.
And why didn't you think that?
Because they were fine and doing good when I left there.
Did on the 911 call, do you remember that the call first went to Hampton?
I don't remember that, but I know that now.
And what we played here in the court in your testimony was the Colleton County handoff. Do you recall that?
I do recall that. Okay. I think at some point the part in Hampton might have gotten played too, didn't it? But I know the main part was the Colleton part. But it was like a minute into the call.
But initially it went to Hampton, then subsequently it was transferred to Colleton. And then a minute or so into the Colleton call, you said, "I've been up to it now." You remember that?
I do remember saying that. I don't remember saying it. I mean, that is accurate. And by up to it, at that point, I had gone all the way up to them at that point. When I first got out, I was close, but I wasn't right at them, I don't think.
Right. You were asked about the roadside shooting, and your intent was to end your life that day, was it not?
It was, no question.
And you were shot but not killed. And then you made up a lie to law enforcement about what happened, right?
That's correct.
Were you trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith by doing that?
Was I trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know exactly. It all had to come together so quick. I don't know that I was trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith. Okay. I may have been, but it was just, you know, I wasn't supposed to be there. And then I was.
When you say I wasn't supposed to be there, what do you mean by that?
I intended for him to, I mean, I intended to be gone. I intended for him to shoot me, and I intended to be gone. And the one thing, my main concern at that point was that I did not want Buster. I did not want Buster knowing that I had tried to do that.
Okay.
That was my motivation in telling that story.
I see. Did you eventually voluntarily convey to Agent Kelly and others that that was a fabrication?
I did. After, I don't know, a few days in detox, when I finally got over those initial, where I could function, I think I told you first, then I think I told Buster, then I think I told Randy and John, and y'all arranged either the next day or 2 days later to come, and we called Ryan Kelly.
Well, you've lied to your family over many years, have you not?
I lied to my family about my addiction.
And you hid from them you were stealing client money, did you not?
Oh, I never, they didn't know anything about that.
And you've lied to your law partners about financial dealings and perhaps your addiction?
Yes.
And you've lied to law enforcement about not going down to the kennels after dinner, but eating dinner and taking a nap. Did you not?
I did.
Alec, did you murder Maggie?
I would never hurt Maggie.
Did you murder Paul?
I would never hurt Paul. If I was under the pressure that they're talking about here, I can promise you I would hurt myself before I would hurt one of them. Without a doubt.
Thank you. That's all the questions I've got.
Orders.
Please, court. You said that you were concerned when you talked to David Owen about the bag of pills in your pocket, correct?
I mean, no, sir, I'm not saying that I was concerned about that. I don't think I told you I was concerned about that. I'm just telling you that was a fact. I had a bag of pills in my pocket, and that was one of the things, that was one of the many things that came together that night.
And you're trying to tell this jury that as a reasonable husband and father in this situation, concern about a bag of pills in your pocket was more important to you than telling law enforcement and narrowing the time when you last saw your wife and son alive. That's what you want to convince this jury of?
No, sir, because, I mean, the bag of pills in my pocket was not what I was concerned about sitting in there. It was, as I said, it was one of the many things that was going on. But I wasn't sitting there worried about those pills in my pocket.
You were asked about requesting the phone and automobile data. And that was because as a prosecutor and a lawyer, you had been manufacturing an alibi to cover your tracks.
No, sir, that's absolutely wrong.
You admit you were wrong about a lot of things in what you told law enforcement about June 7th. Correct?
I was wrong about things. Some things.
You were asked whether or not you voluntarily confessed to Agent Kelly, but you only did so after being confronted with undeniable information. Correct?
No, sir, that's not correct at all. What I was told is that, and I believe this came from Randy, what I was told is that SLED had come up with some information that seemed like it was consistent with my story, and they needed me to verify some things, is what they told me. And, you know, I knew that resources had already been wasted. I didn't want them wasting any more resources. And I told them the truth, but there wasn't any, nobody had presented me with any evidence.
And you just testified that you told Jim Griffin first, correct?
I believe that I told Jim Griffin first.
But at that time, you didn't say anything about those kennels, did you?
To Jim Griffin at that time? No, sir, I didn't.
When you testified on direct yesterday, and you were asked about leaving the kennels with your new story, in light of the evidence that's been presented in this trial, your words were, "I got out of there," correct?
I believe that's what I said, yes, sir.
And you also said during your testimony on cross-examination that you hurt the ones you love the most, didn't you?
I did say that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
In saying that, Mr. Waters, I just want to explain that answer. And he just asked me a question about what I said, and then I was going to explain why I said it.
All right.
As I told you earlier, you're implying to this jury and to me that was me talking about hurting Maggie and Paul. And that's not what that was. What that was is me saying, I know I hurt my brother, my partners, my clients, many of whom I told you I loved, all of whom I cared for. And that's what that was when I'm talking about how my misdeeds, how I hurt the people worst were the ones I loved the most.
I just asked you what you said, correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
You did ask me what I said, but in asking me that, you're putting an implication on there that I am explaining.
I just asked you what you said.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
And step down. So I'll stand for a moment while counsel approach.
Okay. Sounds like we're going to have a discussion before they adjourn for the day. But we're almost done. Hi, Gizzy Sue. Hi, Jean. Okay, well, let's see. As of Wednesday, I was at 498 hours to go. If anybody could play some court sessions over the weekend to help boost the hours, hopefully we can get to the 4,000 hours by the end of the trial. I'm not sure what to think because I don't think he did great, but the talking heads were sounding like they didn't think that Cross went great, and so I'm kind of undecided. I guess I want to see what they think on law and crime on tonight.
Seated, please.
That would be great.
Well, we've come to the end of this week, and we will adjourn now and resume at 9:30 Monday morning. Have a great weekend. Do not discuss the case or allow yourself to be exposed to any information concerning the case. And we'll see you Monday morning. Have a great weekend. Jury is excused.
Order.
I like how Pete holds up the thing to avoid anyone from reading
Be seated, please.
mouth while he's talking to Alex.
Regarding scheduling, first up Monday morning, Mr. Karpoulian.
Your Honor, we anticipate having 4 witnesses on Monday. They would probably average an hour apiece. I would suspect by lunchtime we would be, no?
Early afternoon.
Early afternoon, I'm told by Mr. Griffin, resting our case. And of course, Mr. Waters indicated he'll have 1 or 2 reply witnesses.
Couple right now, Your Honor. Obviously, we need to assess that when they complete their case, but it would not be lengthy.
So that begs the question, what day next week do we do argument and charge?
Well, it's all unpredictable. As we can see from today, it's pretty unpredictable.
I'm guessing. I'd hope Tuesday. I don't think that's going to be, if they have any reply witnesses. Wednesday would be more of a target. I'm just saying a target date that we can begin thinking about in terms of argument and charge. To that end, are you going to set a time limit on arguments, or are you going to just let us do whatever we want?
I do not set time limits on argument.
With that in mind, Mr. Griffin and I mean, they get 2 arguments. We perhaps would like to split our final argument, which would, we think, with 4 weeks of testimony in there, it's going to be difficult for one person to digest all of that. There's no problem with that, is there?
All right. I would object to that. I think Your Honor's rules and general practices consistent with one counsel handling argument.
Your Honor, I've seen it done both ways, and 4 weeks of testimony, I think it's very difficult for one person, and we only get one argument.
I've never done it, and I'm not inclined to do it. I'll look it over and consider it, but I'm not inclined to allow the defense to split closing arguments.
We could agree to a 2-hour limit. Does that maybe incentivize to look at this?
We'll look at it. I'm not inclined to do it. It's unprecedented, as far as I know, in the state of South Carolina. Except perhaps where you've been able to convince someone to the contrary.
I've actually objected to it when I was on his side of the courtroom.
Well, we have some days to think about that. Regarding closing arguments, I think we emailed you all a few days ago concerning any requested charge or charges that you might have.
Yes, sir. We'll get those to you this weekend, if that's acceptable.
We'll try to do that, Your Honor. We're preparing witnesses. How about Monday night?
That's fine.
Okay.
Anything else before we adjourn?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, 4:49. We are adjourning for the weekend.
Okay, well, so if I understood it, we have the 2 expert witnesses on Monday, and they think that's going to take into the early afternoon, and they expect to close. And so the state's going to have a couple of rebuttal witnesses, and that sounds like that will be Tuesday, and they will then prepare for closing arguments on Wednesday. But it's still kind of fluid, and maybe Prosecution might add another rebuttal witness or two, who knows? But that's what we're looking at right now. So let's see if I want to see them walk Alex out to the prison van. I'm going to be, I hope that the behavior panel or some of the other experts go over his cross-examination over the weekend. I know that the behavior arts is on vacation, so he won't be doing it, but I'll be checking all the other experts, and if I see something really good, maybe I'll share it on my community tab. So, I'm pumped for next week. I hope it's not a mistrial. I hope it's not a mistrial. I'm gonna probably watch Law and Lumber and Harvard Lawyer Lee and try to get some feeling from them what their assessment is. What's his name? Runkle of the Bailey probably will be on with Law and Lumber as well. And get a better assessment of what the experts think of how things went. So it looks like we're getting ready to walk him out, covering his handcuffs with the coat as usual. So we don't have any photos of him in handcuffs. So, and I'll make sure that I have my alarm clock set properly. Oh man, I can't believe it. That maybe I'll set 2 different alarm clocks. Oh, we've got Eowyn has come back and Galadriel. They've come to say goodbye to you. Oops. Eowyn is hissing at Galadriel, who's inches away. Okay, so much for that. I don't think they'll ever be friends. I mean, Galadriel wants to be friends, but Eowyn wants nothing to do with it. So, come on. Let's see, Alex. Here he comes. Into the van. I tell you, Alex looks so much better after losing weight. He's probably got some females writing to him, some of these women who are mentally ill and into prison bad boys. Yes, he always does that, I've noticed. I've looked for a few pictures of him in cuffs, and there are a few, but not many. So, well, that's it for the week of court. So, vegan jail diet. I don't know. I would think the South, they've got to have catfish and fried chicken. But I think maybe I'll go get some fried chicken because
The
it's
same
Friday.
woman yesterday, the same juror, placed a blanket over her head. And we don't know the reason behind it, but what's your thoughts about that? That's something which is interesting and why it hasn't been addressed yet in court.
We'll catch you
That's a mystery. I can tell
later.
you if I'm Dick Harpootlian or Jim Griffin, I'm calling, I'm asking to step up to the bench and finding out what's going on with her. I'm going to have the judge ask her exactly what is going on, because if she is refusing to listen to the defendant testify, which is what it implies that she's doing, she needs to be excused. You can't have somebody, like, I don't know whether